All right. Senate will come back to order. Senate will come back to order. We're going to continue on the rules calendar here to House Bill 946. Secretary, when you have it available, we're ready for you.
House Bill 946, a bill by Representative Hawkins of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 5A of Chapter 8 of Title 48 of the USCGA relating to the Special District Mass Transportation Sales and Use Tax, so as to revise requirements for the intergovernmental agreements between counties and qualified municipalities for collection of such tax, to provide for standards for disbursement of proceeds for municipalities absent from an intergovernmental agreement and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huff-Settler of the 52nd District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from the 49th. Speak to the bill. All right, might be your last time in the well.
I know. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your consideration of House Bill 946. This bill changes the single county T-SPLOST law so that once a city or cities making up more than 50% of the municipal population within a county sign an IGA, the tax may be levied up to the full 1%. The remaining cities that do not sign the IGA will be considered absent municipalities and will receive a share of tax based on their LMIG formula. And in trying to obtain 100% of the city's participation, an incentive was added that if all cities sign the IGA, the tax may be levied up to 6 years. I came before you with a similar bill. This is a House version. There's one small difference, and the House version removes the language that provided for counties to levy 75% of the penny if they don't get all of the cities to sign an IGA. So if there are no questions, I will yield the well.
Do have one question, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I will.
So is it my understanding of this bill that we're just going to subvert the opinion of voters voting on T-SPLOST as long as all the government and agencies are singing Kumbaya?
No, that's not correct at all. If the cities entered into an IGA with the county, then it will be on a referendum for the voters of the county to decide on.
No more questions, Senator.
Thank you. I ask for your favorable consideration. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 42, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. We're going to take up one special action bill because we have such a fine guest in the back of the room here. We got the First Lady of the House of Representatives back there. Miss Dale Burns is back there. Let's give her a round of applause. When the speaker asked me about white shrimp, I said, "Why do you want white shrimp, Speaker?" He said, "Because Miss Dale wants white shrimp." And I said, "Well, that's all you had to say. That's all you had to say." So, recognize the senator from the first. You got to ask to take it off the table.
Mr. President, I ask us to remove House Bill 1341 from the table.
Senators ask that House Bill 1341 be removed from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1341, a bill by Representative Saines of the 180th and others, a bill to maintain an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 3 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to other state symbols, so as to designate white shrimp as the official state crustacean and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach of the 21st District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Out of objection, recognize the senator from the first. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor to present House Bill 1341 to declare the Georgia white shrimp the state crustacean. So the story goes back that Mr. Tom Cassell's zoology class at Effingham County College and Career Academy noticed that through their studies that Georgia did not have the state crustacean. The students got to work, conducted research about several of Georgia's wild crustaceans. They held lively debates of a school-wide poster contest to determine their favorite crustacean, and ultimately chose the Georgia wild caught white shrimp, or the northern white shrimp. This crustaceous species is very important to the importance of Georgia's economy and food and culture. Just as an aside, I hear that the blue crab was a close second. But the Georgia white shrimp is a very serious business in Georgia's economy, accounting for more than 80% of Georgia's seafood caught per year. In 2000, Georgia issued 523 permits to commercially trawl shrimp. In 2023, 184 permits were issued, so down from 523 to 184. Only 61 boats reported actively shrimping that season. The harvesting of shrimp has been in a decline due to the attack from the overproduction of foreign pond-raised shrimp being imported into Georgia with no restrictions. Our Georgia white shrimp are sustainably managed, responsibly harvested under stringent U.S. regulations. Not so with these foreign imported shrimp. This past shrimp season, many Georgia shrimpers had to park their boats mid-season because of falling prices and rising fuel costs. Georgia shrimpers have reported they are selling their catch to individuals in order to meet cost, but are not profiting as they once did. This valuable industry, which operates up and down the coast of Georgia, is in trouble, and this bill will help bring awareness to the plight of the Georgia white shrimp. After the Effingham County students contacted Speaker Burns' office and coastal legislators in both the House and the Senate, they got a first-hand look at the democratic process. This is a perfect example of our citizen legislature and how others, even students, can be involved in our lawmaking process. The Effingham County students were involved in the process with Legislative Council to draft the language of the bill. They attended committee meetings by Zoom, watched the vote on the House floor, and are now listening in the Senate as we debate and vote. This bill brings awareness to Georgians about naming the Georgia white shrimp the state crustacean and ensures that people in Georgia can be made aware of the need to protect the Georgia white shrimp and its habitat. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions on this important piece of legislation.
You do have one question, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 24th.
Senator, do you yield for a question?
I certainly do, to the chairman of the Natural Resources.
Senator, do you have a sample for shrimp for us to taste today?
We can arrange that. I think maybe not before the end of today, but maybe a little bit later.
Okay. We're going to hold you to it.
Thank you.
No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your favorable consideration.
Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0, and this bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right. So, good to have you here, Miss Burns. Let's give her another round of applause here, Miss Dale. Thank you for being here, and thank you for helping us get that initiative done. I know it meant a lot to you in the Effingham County school system as well. So thanks for those kids and all their effort. Back onto the rules calendar, we've got House Bill 992. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 992, a bill by Representative Blackman of the 146 and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1562 of the OCGA relating to the number of judges of superior courts, so as to provide for a fourth judge of the superior courts of the Houston Judicial Circuit and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Pro Tem. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. As y'all know, we usually every year try to give our Superior Court judicial districts some relief for those that are overworked relative to the other districts. Based on our growing state. That growing state, of course, stresses infrastructure, it stresses a lot of the services provided by the state, and it also stresses our courthouses and judicial system. There's a ranking that's recognized every year, and this year, the Houston Judicial Circuit was selected because of the metrics as the number 2 most deserving, if you will, of being the most overworked judicial district and in need of a fourth judge. They have 3 very good Superior Court judges, and they need a 4th to maintain and take care of the workload. That's all this is, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. Please vote green on this bill.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. I think Larry Walker Sr. would be perfect fit for that. He probably doesn't want it, though. He's enjoying retirement. Moving on, House Bill 993. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 993, a bill by Representative Powell of the 33rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 3 of Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the OCGA relating to offenses related to minors generally, so as to provide for the offense of grooming a minor for indecent purposes and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 993, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 3 of Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the OCGA relating to offenses related to minors generally, so as to provide for limitations of defense that a sexually exploitive visual medium is digitally altered and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 50th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to bring you House Bill 993. This is a very serious measure that seeks to crack down on something that I believe we have all been made aware of and, quite frankly, too familiar with. There are people out in the world that attempt to target children in a way that is inappropriate. And it's been identified as grooming. What they do is they prey on vulnerable children. They prey on their families. They become a person of trust, and they enter into a close-knit group in an effort to isolate a child and exploit them in a way that a child should never be exploited. In my district, there's a family, and there is a young lady named Jennifer Cobb, and her family is in the gallery right now. Jennifer Cobb was targeted by a person of trust, her gymnastics coach. And her gymnastics coach infiltrated their family and took advantage of Jennifer in ways that she should have never been taken advantage of. And I have to commend her family. Her mother, Susan, has fought tooth and nail for this legislation in an honor and an effort to get justice for Jennifer and to honor her memory and legacy and to help prevent this from ever happening again. So Susan, I want to thank you and just say from the bottom of my heart, you have done a tremendous job, and this legislation wouldn't be here without your efforts and without your fight. And hopefully this board lights up green to honor Jennifer. What this bill does is it makes it a crime to groom a child, which is not currently a crime right now. Mr. President, I'm happy to yield for any questions, but this is a piece of legislation that I'm hoping we can get out of this chamber unanimously.
Question, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
Yes.
Thank you for bringing this legislation. My question is about what appears to be the new language in Section 1 that was added to the House bill. I just want to make sure I understand it, because I think this is really good language that we need and that some of our local officials up in my district have asked for. Am I right that this basically says that for the underlying crime where you depict a minor sexually in some sort of visual medium, it's no defense to that crime to say, well, it's not actually them, we just digitally altered it to make it look like them? Is it my understanding that this statute, that what it does in Section 1 is to now include that scenario where it's not a real depiction of them, but it is a digitally altered depiction as part of the criminal liability?
That's correct.
Okay, does the Senator further yield
Yes.
quickly? And is it not true that that's super important in today's day and age, where in high school, one form of bullying or revenge is for people to use these digital tools, AI-assisted tools, to depict people in settings that they've never been in as a way of humiliating them, making it impossible to live life at school?
That is correct.
Thank you again for bringing this legislation, Senator.
Thank you, Senator from 14.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
President. Thank you, Susan, and I ask for your favorable consideration of this legislation. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. All right, we're going to do some special actions real quick. So we're coming off the rules calendar. I'm going to do a few special actions. I recognize the senator from the 52nd. For a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 366.
Senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on Senate Bill 366. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 366, a bill by Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 28 of the OCGA relating to the General Assembly, so as to revise provisions related to the adoption and contents of general appropriations bills, to revise provisions for certain economic analysis and further purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 366, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 28 of the OCGA relating to the General Assembly, so as to revise provisions related to the adoption of general appropriations bills, to require the governor's budget report to be provided to each member, to revise provisions for certain economic analysis, to revise for the legislative review of taxation and further purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Without objection, recognize the senator from the 57th speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the Senate unanimously sends over to the House a simple bill that would create transparency, would make sure we're regularly looking at these tax credits, would have them prominently in the budget so that we know what we're doing. And at first, it's like they're not even going to hear the bill. But we heard a lot of bills over here. Matter of fact, we passed out 30 bills in the Finance Committee that came over from the House. But we stopped for a while because we realized they weren't going to do anything on this. But we fought them hard. We stood in there for this, and they made a few minor changes. They tried to change some more things. They wanted to take away our ability to pick these tax credits and just let them be the ones that sunset. Well, I mean, it might only be $1,000. We need to look at the big ones. So we agreed that they had to, if they were going to sunset, they had to be at least $20 million to fit the list. They wanted to not do the review mandated, so we didn't go to quite as complicated a review, but we changed it from every 2 years to every year over there. So we finally got this bill, I think, to where it had the essence of what we were doing over here, and they made a couple of minor changes. They had some other changes they agreed to then take out. So the Senate hung in there. We've got a good bill that will have some transparency on these, and we'll make sure we're looking at them like other states are looking at them. If there's no questions, I'll yield the well and urge your favorable consideration of this bill.
You have no questions, Senator? Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 366. All those in favor of the motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that the report of the Committee on Conference on HB 514 be recommitted and the conference renew a conference with the House to prepare a new report.
All righty, the senator has moved. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee of Conference Report on House Bill 514 by Senator Beach of the 21st and others. Committee of Conference Substitute to House Bill 514. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 66 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to zoning procedures so as to provide for the length and renewal of certain moratoriums related to zoning decisions, to provide for legislative findings, to provide for procedures of the levy, collection, use, and waiver of fees relating to zoning decisions and further purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 45th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the conference meet. We're at an impasse, and we need to have another meeting. So, thank you, Mr. President. Be happy to answer any questions or yield the well. What's that?
Okay. All right. Well, that explains everything. We got a conference committee report that the senator on the conference committee objects to the final report, so he wants to send it back to the House. Does anybody object to that? Thank goodness, because I don't know where we'd be if we objected to it. All right, so we don't have to vote on this, Senator, so your motion is granted there, so. All right, moving on, we've got, recognize the senator from the 20th for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate insist on its amendment to the House substitute to SB 240.
Senator has moved that the Senate insists on this position. Secretary, read the caption, please.
Senate Bill 240, a bill by Senator Walker of the 20th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 47 of the OCGA relating to retirement and pensions so as to revise the minimum and maximum allowable benefit multiplier for current and future retirees, to require certain Social Security coverage for all employees of a political subdivision and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 240, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 47 of the OCGA relating to the Teachers Retirement System of Georgia so as to provide that certain employees of charter schools who may be eligible for membership in the retirement system and for other purposes.
Recognize the senator from the 20th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 240 passed out of this body last year with overwhelming support, and the House folks are jimmy-jacking us around about it. And so I just want to insist on the Senate position and stand strong for the Senate. This has to do with the Peacer's retirement plan and the fiduciary responsibility of the boards that govern our retirement plans. Be happy to answer any questions.
You do have a question, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 28th for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
To my esteemed rule chair, absolutely.
Senator, can you explain to this chamber who Jimmy Jack is?
I think we've all experienced that when we've had bills, good bills for the people of Georgia in the House, and they can't help but try to change it and modify it and pontificate on it and run you around in circles. They send you to 2 or 3 subcommittees and hear it, and then they want to put it in the full committee, then they want to recommit it to another committee. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Senator, would you yield for one final question?
Yes, sir.
Did you just go from Jimmy Jacking to pontificating all in one sentence? That was impressive.
Thank you. Y'all stand with me on this. Thank you very much.
All right, Senator. The senator from the 20th has moved that the Senate insists on its position. Insists on its position. The Senate Bill 240. No stronger man to fight the will of the House than the man from the 20th District right there. Without objection, we'll let the senator fight on. Recognize the senator from the 46th for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 433. Be glad to tell you why.
Wow. We've got an agreeable. You don't get many agreements out of the senator from the 46, but he's agreeing to it. It must be good. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 433, a bill by Senator Kauser of the 46 and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3 of Title 14 of the OCGA relating to general provisions for nonprofit corporations so as to enact the Donor Intent Protection Act and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 433, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3 of Title 14 of the OCGA relating to general provisions for nonprofit corporations so as to enact the Donor Intent Protection Act and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Ready. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes it is kind of a little more fun to be agreeable and try to get along with our friends across the hall. They were very kind to us in our position on this bill. This is the donor intent to allow you to enforce the intent if you give a gift with specific instructions in writing and the recipient accepts that. They made two very small changes. One was just a definition. The senator from the 19th had made an amendment to include the direct descendants of the donor, and they decided to use a more legal term, lineal descendants, and define that to be a child, grandchild, or great-grandchild. So it's clear who we were talking about, and they used the sort of the language that the lawyers would use in wills and trusts and estates. The other is my definition of charitable organizations on the Senate side included 501c4s, and they pointed out that those are mostly educational type of organizations and not somebody providing scholarships or things, and they took the 501c4 out. I'm fine with those two minor changes and in an agreeable mood this afternoon, at least on this bill. I would urge you to vote yes.
You have one question, Senator. Senator from the 29th.
Does Senator yield?
I do.
Senator, is it not true that you love the smell of napalm in the morning?
There are days when that wakes you up really good, but not always.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield the well.
No question, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 46th has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on Senate Bill 433. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the vote on the motion, the yeas are 44 and the nays are 9, and this motion has prevailed. Back on the rules calendar, House Bill 1017. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1017, a bill by Representative Seebach of the 34th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 16721 of the OCGA relating to criminal trespass, so as to include when a person enters a land or premises for purposes of residing on such land or premises and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 37th speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, HB 1017 is a bill that creates a new offense of unlawful squatting and sets in place in the magistrate court a process to get squatters out of your house if they move in illegally. Glad to take questions, Mr. President.
You do have one question. Recognize Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do.
What does this bill do to the doctrine of adverse possession?
Well, adverse possession, if I'm not mistaken, requires someone to be in an adverse position. I think you have to be there for 7 years. That's a much longer process. This is a different kind of circumstance. This, as you can see as you read the bill, allows a landowner to go to law enforcement to give someone a notice that they are believed to be a squatter. They have 3 days to produce documentation, and then 7 days to have a hearing with the magistrate court to adjudicate the case. So what it does is it gives a shot clock to landowners, but gives rights to the folks if they want to assert that they're legally there.
So I guess my question would be, is there a way to even ever access the adverse possession doctrine? I mean, assuming that you're in violation of the misdemeanor, you get misdemeanor liability just for being somewhere where you're not supposed to be. I'm not seeing how this doesn't effectively end the doctrine of adverse possession in Georgia. Without saying whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'm just curious whether that has been worked through in the committee process and the discussion.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, adverse possession exists. Sometimes we have large tracts of land, there's uses, and it becomes customary over time for a use to continue. Then someone complains, there's a complaint. It's after the complaint where it becomes adverse, then the person over time, nothing's done about it. That's the context in which adverse possession I think is more commonly used in Georgia. This is just a circumstance where, because squatters are oftentimes using the procedural processes of the court, they're weaponizing procedural processes to keep from having accountability. This just streamlines both the landlord's rights and the ability of the accused to get clarity and justice so it can be adjudicated actively and not to be drug out over the course of months in the courts.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Urge your support for HB 1017.
Senator's yielded. Senator from the 20th with you. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0. This bill having received requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Secretary Reed, House Bill 1018.
House Bill 1018, a bill by Representative Ridley of the 6th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 10 and 16 of the OCGA relating to commerce and trade and crimes and offenses respectively, so as to provide for protections of persons who own, purchase, or engage in the business of selling firearms, to prohibit financial institutions from requiring the use of a firearms code that distinguishes firearm retailers from other retailers, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Summers of the 13th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from the 13th. Senator from the 13th. Just waiting on you, 13th. Just do it on your time, baby. Just do it on your time.
Y'all know how I like to make interest, right? Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 1018, very important bill that we are working with here today. And what this bill basically does is it prohibits the use of MCC codes 5723, which has been approved by the International Organization of Standards. It allows this standard only to be used when purchasing a firearm, ammunition, or other. It does not allow merchants and other things to start tracking gun purchases, ammunition purchases, and the other. It is important protection for gun owners, for purchasing private information, keeping their private information from third parties. Anybody collecting firearms, retailer transaction, anything of the unlawful surveillance or registration for unlawful gun owners. This bill has passed the House and the Senate Banking Committee unanimously in both houses. This bill will basically give protections to anybody out there purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, that they cannot be tracked, and their information will be kept from being tracked from third-party individuals and from other organizations that have nefarious about trying to track you about what you're doing regarding buying or selling your guns or your ammunition for your own private use. Now, anybody in this chamber that owns a gun, I'll assure you, does not want to be tracked. Anybody in this chamber that buys ammunition, I'll assure you, you don't want to be tracked by a special code that allows organizations to single you out and put you out there in front of the public to let them know that you're buying a gun or an ammunition. We already have things set up that does this for people right now. You have to fill out yellow sheets, you have to know what you're doing, etc. is done all through the gun purchasing program. We do not need other codes that allow extra and other tracking to go along with this bill. Any questions, Mr. President? Or I yield to Will.
You do have one question, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 51st.
Thank you, Senator. Will you take a question from me?
If it's a good one.
No, your entire presentation on this bill, you talked about tracking devices. The tracking device you're referring to, does it look like the one you took off your head when you walked up?
Senator, that's why I removed it before I got up here, so I couldn't be tracked, if you don't mind.
Okay. So the answer is no?
No, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
You have no further
I'd
questions,
appreciate
Senator.
favorable support of this bill. Let's keep everything private. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Recognize the senator from the second. For what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that this bill tells companies what to do?
Each and every senator have to choose for themselves. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 33, the nays are 19. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, Secretary read House Bill 1104.
House Bill 1104 by Representative Crawford of the 84th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA, the Quality Basic Education Act, so as to address mental health risks for student athletes, to provide for mental health screenings in addition to or in conjunction with pre-participation physical examinations for student athletes and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to House Bill 1104, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the OCGA relating to education, so as to provide for notification to parents and legal guardians of public school students of the right to receive email notification each time their child obtains school library materials and for other purposes. Additionally, a minority report has been filed. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 33rd, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 35th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 35th is excused. Recognize the senator from the 45th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring HB 1104 before you today, Senate colleagues. This bill combines several bills that came through the Senate Education and Youth Committee this year. The first part of the bill, I want to thank Representative Crawford for bringing HB 1104 forward. Part 5 of this bill in the substitute contains the original language that he presented with some changes from the senator from the 27th that were changed in committee. I also want to thank the senator from the 27th for Part 1 of this bill. It contains language from Senate Bill 365, which he sponsored, and it passed out of Education and Youth in the mid-February. This language guarantees parents and guardians the rights that they will have access to their child's school records. It also allows them to set up so they can get email notifications when their child checks out materials from a school library. Part 2 of the bill, it contains language from SB 532, which is a bill that I sponsored, and Senate Bill 532 dealt with sex education in public schools and prohibits schools from teaching sex education before the 6th grade. It also allows for a process for parents to review the materials 2 weeks before each semester starts, and it's an opt-in, not an opt-out. And then moving on to Part 4 of this bill, it deals with state charter schools. and their ability for staff to utilize resources from their personnel and education services provided, employee benefits to teachers. I'm a strong proponent of school choice, and this language is helpful to ensure governing boards of state charter schools retain the ability to hire and fire personnel who work in these schools and retain the overall operational responsibility for those schools. And then finally, I want to thank the senator from the 13th for bringing forward Senate Bill 438, which I've also incorporated into Part 3 of this bill. This part, it provides that public schools and private schools that participate in sports dealing with women and girls' rights to compete on the sports with an even playing field. This bill provides that public schools and private schools participate in sports leagues with public schools, the matter dealing with gender identity, and no matter what the male would claim his gender identity is currently, it would be based off of his birth certificate and would not be allowed to play in those girl sports. It doesn't have anything to do with co-ed sports. It's just dealing with protecting women's sports and girl sports in K through 12th grade. Each provision in this bill has the strong support of our Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to propose this legislation. This bill has many parts, but they all have a common thread. By empowering parents and ensuring that children have a learning and competing environment in schools that are safe, that is a safe atmosphere. This bill ensures that sex education is presented at an age-appropriate manner, and parents have full ability to see what content their children are taught in public schools. This bill also protects the mental health of student athletes, and perhaps the most important part of the bill is it protects the rights of women to compete against each other in athletic competition that's fair. Simply put, female athletes have the right to compete against other female athletes. A person who has gone through puberty as a man and who has developed the physical capabilities of a man should not be allowed to compete in women's sports, no matter what gender identity he claims at the time. To allow otherwise simply destroy the hopes and dreams of women who aspire to achieve on the playing field, in the pool, or in track. I applaud the courageous women athletes who have recently brought legal action to protect their right to compete on an even playing field, and I know and I share the desire of our Lieutenant Governor to see that women enjoy the same rights when they compete in athletic competition in our state in elementary through high school. With that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions.
You do have a couple questions. Recognize the senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do, from my friend from the 2nd.
Senator, just last week we passed a bill that talked about educational freedom. I believe it was SB 233. So, Senator, my question is on line 279 and again on line 299 it says each local school system. Is there any reason this does not apply to any for-profit schools or non-profit schools or private schools of that nature?
With this, it applies to public schools because they receive funding from our state.
Senator, further question?
Sure.
With the bill we passed last week, will not those other schools receive funding from the state as well?
Well, I'm just telling you what this bill pertains to. Thank you.
You have no further questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 7th. She's Senator, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I rise to talk about the values that make Georgia a great state. Values of equality, inclusivity, and the unwavering belief in the potential of every child to succeed. However, this Frankenstein bill cobbles together some of our most draconian and backwards thinking that, if passed, would only betray these values but also inflict irreversible harm on our students and set our state on a perilous path toward legal turmoil and moral decay. The components of this bill, each more draconian than the last, signify a concerted effort to undermine the well-being and safety of our children under the guise of and protection of parental rights. SB 365 seeks to over-police our students' intellectual curiosity, binding the hands of educators and librarians who strive to foster a love of learning and an environment of open inquiry. By mandating parental notification for every library material checked out by a student, we are not only invading the privacy of our youth, but also stigmatizing knowledge itself. SB 532, with its prohibition of sex education before the 6th grade and onerous requirements for parental consent, represents a deliberate ignorance of the realities of childhood development and the critical need for informed guidance as our children navigate their formative years. The decision to repeal essential training programs on sexual abuse and assault awareness is nothing short of a dereliction of our duty to protect our most vulnerable. And yet it is Senate Bill 438 that lays bare the truth of the intent of this legislation: to marginalize and isolate transgender students, denying them the camaraderie and growth afforded by team sports, and subjecting them to the indignity of being treated as outcasts in their own schools. The restrictions on participation in sports and access to facilities aligned with their gender identity are not just discriminatory, they are a cruel negation of their humanity. These bills collectively do not just undermine the educational and emotional well-being of our students, they set a dangerous legal precedent. The Supreme Court's reluctance to hear cases on similar bans underscores the fraught legal landscape we navigate, a landscape where Georgia risks becoming ensnared in endless litigation, shouldering the financial burden of defending indefensible policies. The implications of such a legal quagmire extend far beyond the courtroom, threatening the very fabric of our educational system and the principles of which it is built. But let us not forget the human cost of this legislation. The evidence is unequivocal. Anti-LGBTQ legislation has led to a surge in hate crimes and bullying, placing our students in peril. For transgender youth already facing a disproportionate risk of depression and suicide, participation in sports is not a luxury, it is a lifeline, a chance to build self-esteem, foster a sense of belonging, and learn vital life skills. And by sidelining these young Georgians, we are not only abdicating our responsibility to nurture all our students, but also signaling that some lives are worthy of dignity and respect than others. So my fellow senators, the choice before us is clear. We can choose to endorse a bill that marginalizes, discriminates, and endangers our students, inviting legal chaos and moral outrage, or we can stand firm in our commitment in our education system that uplifts every child, respects the diversity of our communities, and fosters a culture of understanding and acceptance. I implore you to reject this bill, not just as a matter of policy, but as a testament to our shared values as Georgians, and let us affirm that in our state, every child is valued, every student is supported, and education is a realm of empowerment, not exclusion. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise briefly to make a couple of comments about this bill, House Bill 1104. I want to address the notification requirement included in the legislation. So now we're asking school libraries to email parents with the titles of any materials checked out from the library. In addition to everything else we've checked out from the library. We've heard about this bill, long public hearings on sex education curriculum, bathroom bans, and high school sports bans. It's just one more thing, one more component for everyone to love or not love. We are going to flood our parents with things that they want least, and that's junk mail. Parents should take an active interest in their children's education and books that they're reading. Nobody disputes that. But a lunchtime email won't force parents to take an interest in their children's education or intellectual lives. So we are asking public institutions to do all this extra work for what? So parents can ignore a notification that their children checked out Charlotte's Web for the 5th time. We've been told by the librarians that this legislation isn't administratively possible. We should listen to the people who actually have to do the work and find better ways to encourage parents to take an interest in their children. Mr. President, I yield.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 42nd. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to point out a couple other things about this legislation, seeing as it is 5 or more bills cobbled together, some of which we had heard in education and youth, and others, at least one, I don't think had ever been heard before this particular version of Christmas tree bill popped up suddenly in committee. So to section 1, part 1, section 1, which is about library books, the first time we heard this in committee, the testimony from the school librarians was that this type process already exists and is already implemented if parents request it, as well as the comments that the minority leader made about it being burdensome and difficult for schools to meet these types of onerous mandates. Section 2 is the increase Georgia's teen pregnancy rate section. And the thing, it is not particularly material what I'm about to talk about to the policy, but it is extraordinarily galling nonetheless and indicative of the hubris that exists within this building, that this legislation requires at least, I think, 2 public hearings to be put on by the school board. If they want to offer sex ed at all, they got to do all these hearings. They then cannot, they have to publicly notice it at least 2 weeks before they would adopt a sex ed curriculum. Then they, on lines 135 through 138, have to, have the curricula be available and accessible for review and public comment, including written comments, oral comments, email comments, for at least 45 days before approval of any sex education curricula. Well, this bill popped up in committee with no notice, no 45 days, no opportunity for review, no opportunity for public input, and it wasn't even online by the time we were voting on it. So I cannot believe that no one but me in this chamber thinks that it is outrageous that we are busy mandating these things for school boards across the state while behaving in the complete opposite way. It betrays a lack of respect for voters to operate that way. It betrays a lack of seriousness about the jobs that we should be trying to do to fully vet legislation, and then to turn around and mandate 45 days, multiple meetings, multiple input on other bodies. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. That is completely outrageous. So anyone that is voting yes on this bill while simultaneously voting for the twisted process that we are operating under really needs to be ashamed of themselves and consider a little more carefully the trust that their constituents and people all across the state of Georgia have vested in them when they elected them and when they came down here to take an oath of office, because I am certain that they would expect better of us. So leaving the hypocrisy of our actions versus what we're requiring in this bill aside, I want to tell you that this notion of moving to an opt-in for sex ed has a lot of problems. One of the main problems is that parents for whom it is important for religious or other reasons that their child not receive sex ed in schools will take the time to opt their child out. They are paying attention to these sorts of debates. There are many, many, many other parents in this state, far more than the religious or other objectors, who would like their children to receive that information, and it may be the only place their children receive that information, but because they are incredibly busy, managing busy and complicated lives with multiple jobs, maybe multiple children, et cetera, may miss the form and not send it in. And that's why I call this the increased Georgia's teen pregnancy rate bill, because we really don't want to have a policy where parents who just missed it and didn't see the email. I know I can't read all the emails I get from my kid's school, and I certainly can't read all the emails that come in onto my computer for this job. Can't do it. Not physically possible, and I'm not even trying to work 3 jobs right now, unless you count this job, my other job, being a mom and being a wife. So actually, maybe I do. And that's what the position that most Georgians are in, right? So we can't, when you then make it where they have to have seen it and responded, you make it where a whole population that needs this information is not going to get it, and it's certainly not a good public policy to put in for Georgia's kids. When I did Leadership Atlanta I was a class of 2013, one of the projects that we had to do was work in small groups with a nonprofit and help them with a project that they were trying to accomplish. And the group the nonprofit that my small group worked with was the Georgia Campaign to Prevent Teen Pregnancy. Now I believe the acronym is the same, but it stands for Georgia Coalition or something for Adolescent Power and Potential is now the name. So what they brought to us, and again, founded as an organization to prevent teen pregnancy, what they brought to us was we need to make, we would like your help to make videos and educational resources for parents. Parents who do not understand that if they are not talking to their kids about sex, they are the only ones not talking to their kids about sex. Everybody else is. All their friends are. The internet is. The television is. Anything that you can get your hands on, they are going to be bombarded with images and discussion about sex. And if you think that by not speaking to them about it, you are somehow protecting them from something they will then therefore not come into information about, you are sorely mistaken. And we need our parents to understand that fact so that they are comfortable speaking to their children about sex and puberty and bodily changes in an age-appropriate way, starting from when they're very young. So we prepared all of these resources for this particular nonprofit for the parents. And again, that tagline was, talk to your kids about sex. Everybody else is. And if you don't, you're the only one who isn't. And this bill is suffering under the mistaken assumption that the schools are introducing these concepts to children. I've got like a bridge I could sell you in Hong Kong if you think that's true. you gotta realize that having truthful and factual and accurate information go to our children is what's important. There is even back before the internet, kids talked to each other. They all had that information about that. And if you as parents weren't talking to your children, they got it some other way, and it wasn't going to be as accurate or as helpful to them as they tried to navigate puberty and child and teen and young adulthood. Now it's even harder. Now it's even more of a joke to try to claim that by preventing children from getting sex ed in school, they might not be introduced to these concepts. So the public, the bad certainly far outweighs the good with that particular part of the bill. Furthermore, on lines 150 and 151, it is not actually possible to explain to students why they are menstruating without talking about human reproduction. So the bill is internally conflictual. That is a logical impossibility. And many girls, in fact, get their periods before 6th grade. So that alone should make us say this bill contains a legal fallacy, and we need to vote against it. Next section is the bathroom bill. This bathroom bill, one of the things I wanted to raise about it is the issues with enforcement. It will be difficult unless students have to carry around a birth certificate to enforce its provisions. And I don't think we want to encourage that, nor do I think we want to encourage people prowling around any restroom and trying to take photographs of other students in various stages of undress. It's pretty much impossible to enforce. So I would, and the ways that it could be enforced are so horrific that I would think that that's not a road we should go down. Lastly, on the sports part, so I was an athlete all while growing up, and I was a lot faster than the boys, at least through age 13 or so, and I certainly wasn't unique that way until you hit 7th, 8th grade, certainly into puberty. There really is no inherent strength or speed advantage for boys. In fact, it's actually more so for girls because they tend to hit puberty sooner. So they actually are typically, on average, same or maybe even a little stronger and faster than many of the boys at that age. So I would certainly not want to see us forbid young elementary and middle school children before puberty not be able to participate in youth sports. And that is because youth sports is not about winning and losing. No one participating in youth sports is teed right up to get a college scholarship or go to the NFL or any of that. Youth sports are an important part of our culture because they teach kids extremely important skills. They teach them how to be on a team, how to work with other kids, how to win gracefully, how to lose gracefully and not be a sore loser, how to, an abiding love of physical fitness, which we want them to carry through to adulthood. So I say all that to say that there really is no harm being done to girls, who are the stated, victim here, if transgender young boys could be on their team. Because there's no skill advantage, which then makes you say, is there a harm to the other group, which in this case would be a very small number of transgender youth. And my conclusion is, since there's not harm to the broader group of girls, and really the point of youth sports, again, is about facilitating the acquisition of all of these important values and abilities that serve kids well as they grow up. Another one I didn't mention is just the ability to gut it out. Like that, I learned that in sports. being able to gut it out and just head down to the finish line, that's served me well, actually, in a couple different campaigns. So I think that the skill acquisition is important, and I think therefore that the harm to the young folks who would be forbidden for participating outweighs any benefit to the girls, because I feel that they are not harmed by having this small number of transgender kids on their team. I think that those are the only parts to it. I'll just add two more things before I take my seat. I have here a recent Washington Post article. The title is, "In States with Laws Targeting LGBTQ Issues, School Hate Crimes Have Quadrupled." School hate crimes targeting LGBTQ people have sharply risen in recent years, climbing the fastest in states that have passed laws restricting LGBT student rights and education, an analysis of FBI data finds. In states with restrictive laws, the number of hate crimes on K-12 campuses has more than quadrupled since an onset of divisive culture wars that is often centered on the rights of LGBTQ youth. And at the same time, calls to LGBT youth crisis hotlines have exploded. So that's the real harm that we're doing with this piece of legislation. There's a real consequence. And lastly, this bill started off as a bill that everyone could support related to mental health for athletes. And it was sad to see some of the advocates watch this bill get destroyed by adding these other 4 or 5 bills. How upset they were that the Senate chose to do this with a good measure that they felt really advanced the cause of helping our children cope with mental health issues. So I do want to point that out as well. So basically, it's a amalgamation of a whole number of wrong-headed culture war bills that I don't think that this body should put forward. So I'll be voting no, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You do have a couple questions. Recognize the senator from 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does Senator yield?
Certainly, my friend from Fulton.
Senator, could you elaborate a bit on this question that you touched on early on, and that is the long-standing rankings of our state in teen pregnancy, and putting that alongside draconian laws against abortion. How is it that we think these young people are going to get through life, get through school, and make those hard and big decisions that face particularly young girls and young teens and young women, around how to keep themselves safe, how to keep themselves from untoward events happening to them, from being exploited. We hear a lot in this chamber, isn't it true, about exploitation and trafficking and that whole sort of thing, the incredible damage that's done to young people that are trafficked.
Yeah.
Is it your opinion that trying to silence solid sex education that has been vetted now for many decades, that trying to silence that and outlaw that for sixth grade, anybody that's not sixth grade or older, is just paving the way for young people to be exploited, trafficked, misused, pregnant. The list goes on and on. Can you kind of connect those dots for us in case it's not obvious enough?
Well, you make a good point, Senator from the 36th, and I should note that teen pregnancy rates have always been highest in the South. Across the country, it's always been the highest in the South, and tremendous progress has been made. We know that the outcomes of children born to teen mothers are not very good. they're not good. And it's also not good for that teen mother herself because her ability to work, go to school, etc., is then more limited. And so that does have more risk of trapping you in a cycle of intergenerational poverty. So one of the reasons that it's always been much higher in the South is because of this, I suppose, well-intended but completely wrong-headed notion that by not talking about sex, you might somehow bury it and it won't happen or something. Well, that's just crazy. That's just crazy. And it's false. It's completely false. In fact, the opposite will be true. They will have information. It will just be bad information. It will be erroneous information. One of my friend's kids got told by a friend on the classroom, on the play yard, he was like, well, I know what sex is. Oh, really? What is it? It's when two people hug each other and jump up and down. And just stuff like that you're gonna hear without their clothes on. Right? I mean, you're just gonna, all this wild stuff, and kids won't know how to protect themselves. And that's what leads to unfortunate outcomes, which you laid out very, very well, about unwanted pregnancies, abuse, trafficking, having no idea what forms of birth control are available, having no idea how to say no to unwanted advances, or even that you have the power to say no to unwanted advances. So the risks it's a lot more than just sex and preventing teen pregnancy. It's actually about understanding your body, your rights, your autonomy, and paving and charting a future and choosing a future for yourself, for both boys and girls, but it is particularly important for girls since they're the ones who can get pregnant and are more likely to be abused.
And one further question, if you will yield.
Sure.
So isn't it accurate to say that this policy that was slapped together willy-nilly, as has been described, this mudball of bills that's been of issues, of cultural war issues that have been thrown together, but that we will see outcomes exactly the opposite
100%
of what the supporters of this say they want to see?
100%. Talk to your kids about sex, because if you don't, you can be assured everybody else is. Thank you.
You have one more question, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman Yield.
Of course.
Chair Lady Yield, sorry.
Of course.
I want to go to the lines 369 in the bill. Senator, my question really is, why are you conflating youth sports with interscholastic sports, which is what this bill tries to deal with? You referenced you called it the skills advantage that does emerge in the 7th and 8th grade, I think becomes pretty pronounced as you get into high school and certainly enter adulthood. I'm going to assume that you and I agree on that based on what you said there. So given that, don't you think that it's reasonable that we do eliminate that skills advantage in middle school and high school?
So it all depends. I think, and we, I think, had a little bit of an exchange like this in committee. I appreciate what you're saying, your agreement or tacit agreement about my point about prepubescent youth sports. I welcome that. I think that there's a lot of evolving discussion happening around, for example, the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, the NCAA, they all have their organizing bodies that are well equipped to handle this question based on facts, science, and the reality of any situations in a way that I think makes them the appropriate body to make those decisions versus sort of political advantage bills.
Do you further yield?
Certainly.
So as it relates to high school sports in Georgia, you want us to outsource that decision-making ability to the International Olympic Commission?
No. I think we have our own organizations that are already dealing with this issue, right? We passed that bill a few years ago.
Do you further yield?
Sure.
I think my concern, Senator, is I'm hearing you conflate youth sports, which are not mentioned in this bill, with interscholastic sports, which are mentioned in this bill, while you simultaneously admit the reality that there is a competitive advantage that emerges in middle school.
There might be.
And my concern, which gets to my next question, isn't it true, Senator, that the real concern has nothing to do with youth sports, that if we were to amend this bill and made it very clear that this did not have anything to do with elementary age sports, that you members of your party would still oppose this, because at the core, you're not opposed to biological males competing against biological females, even in high school sports?
I disagree with the premise of your question.
Do you further yield?
Yes.
What's the premise that you disagree with?
Your blanket statement about me, my party, and everyone in this chamber, and your views on what we would do on a question not in front of us.
Okay, then do you further yield?
Sure.
If I amend this bill to further clarify what I think is inherently in this bill, to make it clear that it does not include youth sports, but it only applies to middle school and high school sports, would you be agreeable to what this bill does, stating that biological male must compete against biological males, and biological females must compete against biological females?
So we probably don't have as much time as it would take for me to answer this. A, I don't agree with you about middle school. B, I already explained that I think we're not the appropriate body to be making these calls, and that there are organizations that have been set up in law by us and the House and everybody else that are far better equipped and are the appropriate people to consider these complicated questions. And thirdly, the part that I think would take a long time and we don't have time for right now is a lot about what exactly is the purpose of high school sports, right? Now, I agree that in rare instances in high school sports, you are getting into a space where you may be looking for a collegiate scholarship, or you may be an elite athlete. I think there's a big difference between elite athletics in any form and general youth sports to include high school. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for answering my question, Senator.
Thank you for asking. Yield the well.
You have no further questions, Senator. Okay, so we've got Senator from the 2nd, followed by the 6th, and then the Senator from the 14th will have the minority report. So recognize the Senator from the 2nd to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've got a couple concerns about the nature of this bill and how I read it. A couple weeks ago, we heard that for the need for SB 233 to pass, that we had failing schools, and the school districts were terrible, the schools were terrible, and parents needed educational freedom. That's what we heard. And as I flipped through the bill, and I wanted to just understand who was included in this bill, in Section 1, it talked about each local board of education. It talked about other public school governing bodies shall establish policies and procedures of students enrolled at the time, talking about the library. But I noticed this code section didn't address private schools. And then I thought, well, maybe you can't address private schools in this legislation. So here we have public schools, public school mandates for public schools. But I thought, well, certainly, maybe we can mandate private schools, because I was told that you can't do that. But then last week I said that, and then you said you can't do that. And then I decided to go and read this bill a little longer, and I brought my reading glasses, Mr. President, just in case my eyes fail me. And so as I flipped through the bill again, I got to Section 1-2, and then I saw that it said on line 60, talked about public school materials being available, public schools again, and only public schools mentioned in this code section. Only public schools that have to follow these rules that relates to libraries. I thought about, what about the private schools? What about the for-profit schools? What about the schools that we had to pass the educational freedom? What about the SB 233 schools? Should they not have any accountability? I thought, well, maybe that's not the case. But I got to Section 3-2 in the bill. And then I found on lines 205, when it came to talking about trans kids participating in sports, we could mention private schools then. It says on line 205, multiple occupancy restroom changing area means they're in a local school system, public school system, or participating private school building that is designed and designated to be used by one or more individuals at the same time, in which one or more individuals may be in the various stages of undress and the presence of other individuals. And it had mention of those schools. But I thought we couldn't talk about mandates for private schools. But we can, if it's mutually agreed upon, But then I kept going through the bill, and I found on line 372, it says, no local school system, public school, or participating private school in this state shall operate interscholastic athletics that permit a person whose sex is male to use any multiple occupancy restroom. I said, man, my, what a tangle web we weave when we weave one to deceive. So you got some rules in here about private schools when it comes down to transgender children participating, but when it comes down to the accountability of those same public school children that will leave and go to private schools, you don't have no mandates for what those librarians do. You don't have any mandates for what happens at those schools. You don't have any mandates about those parents getting notifications for all of the library books that those children take books out. So why not be consistent in what you're doing? My grandmother used to tell me what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So again, colleagues, if you say that this is true and you believe it 200%, why don't you put the burden on the private schools as well? Let them follow all of the rules that you got for the public schools. But here it is, a double standard, a separate group. And colleagues, I'm telling you right now, if you're going to do something, if you do anything, just be consistent in what you do. If you're going to be about principle, because one thing about me, Mr. President, the center from the second, I'll die on principle. And I'm a down principle on this. If you're going to do something for one, do it for everybody. Be consistent in how you legislate. Don't pull folks out for certain things and not for everything, because you just told me last week schools were failing. Can't count on local school districts to do the right thing, but you can count on private schools to do the right thing for everything? Oh, no. Well, we trust them on everything but this one thing. But we'll let them go on everything else. Be consistent and true to what you said on paper. Be true to what you said in 233. Make it follow, make it mirror. You knew that this was coming. This should be consistent with everything else we've done, but it's not, because when it says local school system, that means another mandate for another local school system. Doesn't mandate anything for a private school. Doesn't mandate anything for a for-profit school. They're on the way. You got to voucher with 6,500 because we need educational freedom. But freedom is only applied if you leave a public school and go to a private school. That's where freedom exists. But again, you got rules for these public schools because there's not freedom in public schools. But if you do go to a private school and you do need educational freedom, then you got it because the bill's not there. The language is not there. It's only on certain parts. It's not consistent throughout the rest of the statute. And it says local school system, local district. When you want to talk about private schools, you put a comma and you say private schools. But that's not consistent throughout this bill because the intent is not to apply to them. So rules for some, not rules for all. Rules for thee, but not for me. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
The senator has yielded. All right, so we're upon us now for the, unless any other senator has anything, we're going to let the senator from the 14th give the minority report. Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, given that I'm speaking to maybe not even a quorum of the Senate, and given the beautiful presentation for the senator from the 34th this morning, I thought it was an amazing tribute that she deserves every bit of. I have decided, my dear colleagues, in the room and those mowing down on donuts in the anteroom who can hear me on the TV 1 second late, I have decided to dedicate this speech to the senator from the 34th. And I'm going to pick a theme that I think resonates with all of us because we have heard her say the theme so many times. You know the stage. Let me set it for you. We're about to adjourn. The Senate has this little game we like to play. House does it too, where there's a motion to adjourn by the majority leader, and then maybe 2 people say aye, and everybody else says no really loudly, but the chair says the ayes clearly have it, right? What does the senator from the 34th say every time when the noes shout? She goes, aye, and then the noes go, no, and then the senator from the 34th shouts, weak. And that's what this bill is. It is weak. Let's go through real quick because my colleagues have covered the nuts and bolts. Let's just sum it up because that's what a minority report is for. Banning sex education before 6th grade. Weak. The reason is because kids by the age of 7, maybe even earlier, are already dealing with the threat of abuse, gender identity forming, real-world interactions on the playground like the senator from the 42nd talked about. So the train is moving, but the parents might be lagging behind. What is this bill? It is nothing more but banning everybody from talking about sex so that a few parents who feel uncomfortable don't have to until later in life. Weak. The Mayo Clinic actually has standards on this. Pediatricians obtain consent from kids at the age of 5 to even touch them for a physical exam. They have to explain the concept of autonomy and consent to a small child. And there are good reasons why parents might delay the sexual health talk. This is from the Mayo Clinic website. Religious, familial, social, cultural traditions, badly handled sex ed by their parents, discomfort with imagining your child as a sexual being, all understanding. But to change all of Georgia state law because you have issues to work through in preparing your child for the real world is weak. And we should not be afraid to say that. There are two more parts of the bill that are problematic that we'll talk about, right? We've already discussed. Trans sports, players, and bathrooms. We'll start with bathrooms. Forcing kids to go into an uncomfortable setting and make other kids uncomfortable because you don't want to acknowledge that they're having the feelings that they're having at that age. Weak. And unintended consequences stem from this. Do you recognize that a bathroom bill forces a trans man, a male-presenting individual, to go into a women's bathroom? Just think about that. If you're afraid of trans identity, which a lot of the Republican base is, then you're forcing a person who looks like a man, because they are a man, to go to a women's restroom. Y'all say you're worried about predators. You say you're worried about optics. People feeling uncomfortable. You just jacked it up to 11. And then there's the sordid reality that a trans woman has to go to a male locker room where they're subject to a higher risk of harassment and physical assault because they're different. Let's also talk about studies which have been done on the 28 states that have passed laws like this that draw hard lines in the sand on gender identity and trans rights. In those states, the increase in violence against LGBTQ people has been greater than in the states that haven't passed these laws. And it's not that hard to figure out why. Because we here, wearing suits and ties and business attire, the people who are supposed to be mature and have it together, are codifying into law that these people are different, they are other, we have to be protected from them. So what do you think kids do in response to that? When their parents are saying it and their legislators are saying it. They go to school, they call kids queer, they say, go kill yourself already. This is documented. And they do it because they feel like we give them license to. So to change the law, to try to protect your own feelings about something that you have yet to understand is weak. Now, the last one is the most difficult one for Democrats. I'll acknowledge this. That's the trans sports issue. And the reason it's difficult is because the polling, there is some polling, if you poll the word fairness, or if you poll biological males in women's sports, there are poll numbers that suggest that a majority of people might want fairness in sports. That means an anti-trans bill. I've seen those polls. But let me tell you what polls even worse. What polls even worse is when the government decides to spend this much time passing a bill that targets a handful of kids in the entire state because they're different from us. What's even worse than a perceived lack of fairness in the polls is being a bully. And what do you learn about bullies from your parents growing up? Deep down, bullies who present as angry, violent, what are they actually? They're afraid. They are weak. Again, I want to stress that it's not wrong to not understand something. It's not wrong to think something's new and unfamiliar. It's not wrong to need guidance or to look for help or to go to therapy or to go through the development you need to go through to confront difficult realities about your kids or to learn about people who aren't like you. None of that's wrong. In fact, Democrats owe everybody an obligation to be understanding and receptive. When people come to us and say, hey, I heard what you said on the floor. I want to know a little bit more about it because I just don't think I've been exposed to all of the science and the things you're talking about. But that doesn't make it any less weak to change the entirety of the law to protect yourself from having to go through that process. People want to talk about snowflakes. People want to talk about what's soft in the last few years. The left is woke. Safe spaces. This bill creates the biggest safe space of them all. And that is a safe space for a fraction of the public that doesn't want to acknowledge the reality of trans people and LGBTQ people generally. And it says those people never have to confront the existence of those people and what it means. Instead, they can hide behind Georgia state law. And that, my friends, is weak. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Senator has closed debate. So recognize the senator from the 45th, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm shocked by the minority report and, you know, some of the rhetoric that was spewed from them up here at this well. Simply what this bill does is it protects children and it empowers parents. It allows parents to get information on books that their children check out from school. It also prevents sex ed from being taught before 6th grade. Children only have a finite amount of time of innocence, and we should be wanting to protect that. And I'm shocked by some of the comments that I heard from the well. And we're just, I don't know. And as far as dealing with any type of abuse or anything like that was also spoke from the senator from the 42nd, there's a carve out for that. Teachers can talk to children about that before 6th grade, so it had nothing to do with that as well. And talking about girls and protecting the sanctity of their sports is something that women have fought for 50 years. And you're just going to claw that back? And when you've got a biological male, when someone's born a male, it's on their birth certificate, and as they start going through puberty, and as we heard from the senator from the 42nd, as well as puberty starting as early as in elementary school, for some children, our boys have a distinct advantage over females, and we need to protect that. And also talking about the changing rooms, I mean, I'm a father of 3 and I've got 2 daughters. I won't say what I would be or what I would do if I knew there was a male changing in my daughter's restroom. I mean, there's a story, I went to an event with Riley Gaines, who's actually a college student, who was forced to change with a biological male, claiming that he was transgender. Of course, he did beat her just barely in a swimming meet at the college level, but then she was forced to change with him, and he was still a fully intact male. And hear her talk about how horrifying that was for her as a college student. And y'all think it's okay for kids that are in elementary, middle school, or high school to be exposed to that? I'm flabbergasted. But again, this bill simply empowers parents and protects kids. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 33, the nays are 21. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 1165.
House Bill 1165, a bill by Representative Maynard of the 56th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 356A3 of the OCGA relating to membership, vacancies, and membership not barred to holding public office, so as to replace the chairperson of the Governor's Office of Children and Families with the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 1165, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 356A3 of the OCGA relating to membership, vacancies, and membership not barred to holding public office, so as to replace the chairperson of the Governor's Office of Children and Families with the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Chairman of Public Safety, Senator from 56, speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a very simple bill. This is simply going to replace the Governor's Office of Children and Family Chairperson, which is no longer there, with the Commissioner of DBHDD on the Governor's Office for CJCC, so we can get good grants and help out our children. If there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
Senator, you have no questions? I don't want. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Moving on to House Bill 994. Secretary?
House Bill 994, a bill by Representative Powell of the 33rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 51 and 52 of the OCGA relating to torts and waters of the state, ports, and watercraft, respectively, so as to revise liability for the negligent operation of a vessel and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor offers the following substitute to House Bill 994, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 51 and 52 of the OCGA relating to torts and waters of the state, ports, and watercraft, respectively, so as to revise liability of a boat livery under certain conditions and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 28th.
Thank you, Coach. I got some tort reform that don't need studying. We got HB 994, simply moving liability from the marina, to the operator of a rental boat. I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I urge your favorable support.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize Senator from the 32nd. For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 37th for work inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the Senator from the 37th is excused. Senator from the 19th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion.
Hold that motion. Hold on.
Assistant on.
Secretary read House Bill 508.
House Bill 508, a bill by Representative Bollinger of the 23rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 16594 of the OCGA relating to restraining orders and protective orders and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 508, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 20, 26, 31, 33, and 43 of the OCGA relating to education, food, drugs, and cosmetics, health, insurance, and professions and businesses, respectively, so as to create a pre-clearance process in the licensing of individuals with criminal records who make an application to or are investigated by certain licensing boards and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from the 17th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 508 is actually our Senate Bill 157 that everybody in this room that was here last year voted for. It's a bill that I want to thank Lieutenant Governor for making a priority of his as well, that overhauls how we deal with criminal records when it comes to occupational licensing boards. It makes certain that there's a connection between someone's criminal record and the industry they're going to work in that deals with public safety if they're going to be not a license because of that. It also builds in due process for our licensing process. It creates consistency to make sure every board's treating criminal records the same way. It's a bill that's good for workforce in our state. It's good for our licensing boards having this guidance. And it's also just good for people that want a second chance and want to get out of our criminal justice system. The problem is the House will not move on the bill. The bill moved out of the Judiciary Non-Civil Committee last year and was held in rules. It moved out again this year, unanimous votes, and it's still sitting in rules. And it is time for the House to pass Senate Bill 157. But in the meantime, we have put the bill on House Bill 508. And if the House doesn't want to pass it because it's the right thing to do for businesses in our state, for people in our state, for our children, for our elderly, for our disabled, everyone in our state, at least they should do it to save the trees, because this bill is 96 pages long. And every time we have to attach it somewhere else, we have to print this bill 56 more times. And the same thing will happen on the House side. So I think it's actually maybe a good bill for the timber industry in our state at this point instead. So with that, happy to answer your questions, Mr. President.
You do have one question, Senator. Senator from 32nd.
Senator, would you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that this bill is just mom and apple pie?
That's right. It's mom, it's apple pie, it's baseball, it's everything that's great about our country. It's peaches, it's peanuts, ice cream.
All that.
The flag, cornbread, the white shrimp.
Yeah, everything. All that. You got it, Senator. You have no further. You have no more questions, Senator.
I ask for your favorable consideration.
Good legislation, Senators. Good legislation. It takes those House guys a little time, though. We're going to give them a little time. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. I see the First Lady of the 17th was here to support her husband right here. Let's give Miss Strickland a round of applause for being here today. I knew he had a little more confidence standing that well today, so good job, Senator. Good to see you, Lindsay. All right, recognize Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate insist in its substitute to House Bill 916.
The Senator has moved that the Senate insists. Y'all can do it. Y'all can do it better than that. The Senator has moved that the Senate insists on this position. That's a fearful bunch right there. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 916, a bill by Representative Burns of the 159th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025 and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the chairman of appropriations. Speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Guys, they've done it again. We've worked together with them for 6 days now. Remember, we got the budget a week late. We told them it took us 16 days. What you accomplished in 13 took them 7 weeks. Working all this time on a perfect budget for the perfect people of the perfect state of Georgia. And they didn't agree. Sending a bill over there that gave a pay increase to our law enforcement workers, finished the gap payments for Medicaid, PTOT increases, returned $63 million to pay off debt early owed by the state of Georgia, saved reserves so we can reduce taxes in the future. They didn't agree. I asked this body, we insist on our position that we hold down the line for the taxpayers of the state of Georgia. And if they insist one more time that we appoint an army of 3 to conference, I recommend we send our biggest and our best and that we stand up. I hear there's some disagreement about who that might be. But in order to get there, I need y'all to stay with me one more time. So, Mr. President, I ask this body insist to the Senate's position on its substitute, the House Bill 916. I yield the well.
I know there's no objection to that. Without objection, 19 will fight on.
Yeah. Mr. President, on a matter this important, I move the yeas and nays.
Move to the yeas and nays. All right, all in favor of the senator from the 19th will vote yea. All opposed, no. Secretary will lock the machine. Senator from the second, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
President.
your inquiry.
Mr. President, I think my orating style has inspired the senator from the 19th. Is that not true?
No doubt about it, Senator. No doubt about it. So recognize Senator from the 27th.
Mr. President, this is not true that when it comes to the conference committee, myself and my neighbors urge you to say, give us Lucas or give us death.
Gonna have to talk to your leadership about that. It's all about the money. It's all about the money. On the passes of the motion, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0. We even got the senator from the 53rd to get on board, so we good. All right. Fight on, Senator, fight on. Secretary Reed, House Bill 581.
House Bill 581, a bill by Representative Blackman of the 146 and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Code Section 28541.1 of the OCGA relating to economic analysis of certain tax benefits of law or proposed law, and analysis on performance and outcomes of Code Section 33125 so as to revise the deadlines and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huff-Settler of the 52nd District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Finance offers the following substitute to House Bill 581, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the OCGA relating to revenue and taxation so as to revise requirements for notices of tax assessment, to provide that county boards of tax assessors shall have the right to appeal concerning sales ratio studies under certain conditions and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I hate to follow the appropriations chair with the fine work that he does for this body. This bill is a substitute we did in the Finance Committee, the 15 members of us there, where we took the Chair of Ways and Means bill and, with his knowledge, changed it to our property tax cap bill with one exception. You know, we heard from some of the members. We passed it out 42-7 over here. We had 7 members that said, we're not sure we want to protect our taxpayers. We want to give them, make them opt in to it or whatever, so that they don't get the protection from these increases we've seen in the last 2 years of 40%, 40.5%, 42%, 47% in many counties with no rollback in millage. So we changed it. Now, the 7 that didn't vote for this, you have what you asked for. You can now opt out. The local governments can opt out of this property tax cap if you don't want to protect your taxpayers. You now have opportunity to not protect them by having your government opt out of it. That's the change in the bill that we passed out. It still has all the stuff in on streamlining the appeals and the stuff that will help smooth the process out for all our governments. And if there's no questions, I'll yield the well. The bill after this will be the enabling legislation, same subject. If there's no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read H.R. 1022.
House Resolution 1022, a resolution by Representative Camp of the 135th and others, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to provide for local governments to have the option to offer a statewide homestead exemption from ad valorem taxes in an amount equal to any amount by which the current year assessed value of a homestead exceeds the inflation rate and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this resolution do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Finance offers the following substitute to House Resolution 1022, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to authorize the General Assembly to provide by general law for a statewide homestead exemption that serves to limit increases in the assessed value of homesteads, but which any county, consolidated government, municipality, or local school system may opt out, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, as I stated, the enabling language for the constitutional bill for what we just passed. If there's no questions, I'll yield to Will.
There are no questions, Senator. Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the pass the adoption of the resolution by substitute. All those in favor of the resolution vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of resolution by substitute, the yeas are 42, the nays are 11. The resolution having received the requisite 2/3 constitutional majority is therefore adopted. Secretary read House Bill 220.
House Bill 220, a bill by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 44 of the OCGA relating to property so as to provide for means of enforcement of condominium and property owners association instruments, rules, and regulations, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 220, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 44 of the OCGA relating to property so as to provide for means of enforcement of condominium and property owners association instruments, rules, and regulations, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 17th. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 220 simply confirms what the law was before. Court ruled differently, that you can use injunctive relief in addition to just suing for damages to enforce covenants. This works like in a condo association, HOA. Instead of just going and having a lawsuit over damages, this allows them to have flexibility to ask for injunctive relief to get something fixed instead. It's something that gives more flexibility to everybody involved in this, but also deals with public safety. and that it has less confrontation going on between individuals in these associations. Happy to take any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Ask for favorable consideration.
We do have an amendment. So, Secretary Reed, the amendment to HB 220.
Senator Brass of the 28th and others offer the following amendment to amend the substitute to House Bill 220 by inserting "to provide for association meetings after subdivisions" on line 4 and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 28th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is simple, but it's very necessary. And with the leadership of my sister from the 35th, over the summer, she was looking at homeowners associations, and through that process and through the studying of some egregious practices that were out there, she came across some of my constituents who she was kind enough to put in touch with me. And when I heard what was going on, I was really appalled and a little bit disgusted, actually a lot disgusted at what was going on. And so this amendment is a small step forward for all these bad actors in HOAs, and not all HOAs are bad, but there are some bad actors out there. This amendment is a message to them that we're coming for you. And the first thing we're going to do is, number one, you cannot lose your right to vote just because you owe a fee. That is un-American, and we are not going to stand for that any longer. And then we're going to make sure that they are having meetings, which they're supposed to be having anyway, because they're nonprofits, and they abide by the nonprofit laws, but we found that in some cases they are not. And so what we're doing in the last part of this amendment is, with 5% of the voting power of the association, they can call for a meeting and they can have their elections. That's what this amendment does. It's very simple, but it's very needed. I will yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I urge your support for Amendment 1.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. The question is on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 28th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? Hearing none, amendment 1 is added. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the pro tem for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we pull HB 1123 from the table.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1123, a bill by Representative Barrett of the 24th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 30 of the OCGA relating to protection of disabled adults and elder persons, so as to require the establishment of an adult abuse, neglect, and exploitation multidisciplinary team in each judicial circuit, to provide for an exception, to establish the Adult Abuse, Neglect, and Exploitation Multidisciplinary Coordinator Program within the Prosecuting Attorney's Council of the State of Georgia, to provide for dissemination of information created by the Coalition of the Georgia Peace Officers Standards and Training Council and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 18th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, folks. I bring to you House Bill 1123. This is another step in Georgia's fight against elder abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Some of you may remember in 2018 we passed HB 635, and that authorized each of the 49 judicial circuits that we have around Georgia to create an adult abuse, neglect, and exploitation multidisciplinary team, an MDT. The bill was passed unanimously in the House and the Senate. This bill makes 3 improvements to that legislation that we passed in 2018. First, it creates a statewide regional coordinator program within the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia. These regional coordinators will work with the MDTs around the state. The second thing that this does is it sets the expectation that each judicial circuit will have a multidisciplinary team, though it gives broad latitude to each circuit to tailor this to its own specific needs. And finally, the third of the 3 things that it does, it proposes the creation of an elder abuse justice coalition composed of a broad array of stakeholders. This bill comes to us unanimously from the House on a 165-0 vote. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions, or I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. Please vote yes.
Does any of the senators wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. And the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committees which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize the senator from the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to SB 324.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 324 by Senator Jackson of the 41st and others. a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 18 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to state printing and documents, so to provide for a victim-centered address confidentiality program, to provide for application to such program, to provide for designation of confidential addresses, to provide for certification of program participants, and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 324. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 5 of Title 16 of the OCGA relating to stalking, so as to provide for counter-petition limitations for the respondent in protective order proceedings, to provide for dating violence protective orders, to provide for definitions, to amend Chapter 18 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to state printing and documents, so to provide for a victim-centered address confidentiality program, to provide for application to such program, to provide for designation of confidential addresses, to provide for certification of program participants, to provide for the renewal and cancellation of certifications, to provide for training, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from 28th. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am presenting this on behalf of the senator from the 41st. She is tending to some family matters in a beautiful way. And we are agreeing with the changes made in the House. And the underlying bill that we sent over there, it simply creates a victim-centered address confidentiality program within the Secretary of State's office. And the House added violations of dating violence TPOs to current offense of violating a family violence TPO, and requires respondent to file a petition within 3 days of the hearing in order for court to issue or approve a mutual protective order. I urge your favorable support to agree to SB 324. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded. Senator from the 28th, on behalf of the senator from the 41st, has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 324. If there's no objection, all those in favor vote yea, all opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 48 and the nays are 1, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 49th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 399.
Senator has moved that the Senate agrees to the House substitute on Senate Bill 399. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 399, a bill by Senator Eccles of the 49th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 4 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to vocational, technical, and adult education, so as to encourage the state expectations for the Board of Regents of the University System of Georgia, units of the University System of Georgia, and local boards of education to enter into and amend existing agreements and for other purposes.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 49th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate passed this bill unanimously earlier this year. The House amended it slightly. It's the TCSG USG Transfer bill. The difference is that the House added language to align transferable courses and degree completion to the high-demand career list developed and approved by the State Workforce Development Board. This aligns the bill with another bill that this body had passed also. That's HB 926. I ask for your favorable consideration. I yield the will.
Senator is yielded. Senator has yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. The senator has moved that the Senate agree to House substitute on SB 399. Without objection, all those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the yeas are 51 and the nays are 0, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 4th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute for Senate Bill 497.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 497, a bill by Senator Hickman of the 4th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 4 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to vocational, technical, and adult education so as to redesignate the High Demand Career Initiatives Program as the High Demand Apprenticeship Program and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 497, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 4 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to vocational, technical, and adult education so as to redesignate the High Demand Career Initiatives Program as the High Demand Apprenticeship Program and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 4th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, if you remember, this actually is a Workforce Development Study Committee bill, and it dealt with apprenticeships, and those apprenticeships are being handled by TCSG, and I believe it got voted out of here maybe 53-0 or 53-1, but just hardly no opposition. It went over to House, and they made one small change, and that small change was on lines 197 through 201. And what it did, it actually took the word apprenticeships and made it a part of Code Section 50-36-1. And we do agree with that change. And Mr. President, I will ask you please to vote green, and Mr. President, I yield the will.
All right, senator has yielded the will. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. The senator from the 4th has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 497. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 52, the nays are 1, and this motion has prevailed. The senator from the 31st.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 420.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 420, a bill by Senator Anvatarte of the 31st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 2 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to agriculture, so to prohibit the acquisition of possessory interests in land by certain foreign persons and entities, to provide for definitions and further purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 420, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1211 of the OCGA relating to rights of aliens generally, purchase, holding, and conveyance of realty so as to provide for a limitation regarding property rights for certain foreign persons and entities, to amend Chapter 1 of Title 2 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to agriculture so as to prohibit the acquisition of possessory interests in certain land by certain foreign persons and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 31st. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just first want to thank a few people. We've come a long way with this bill. I do want to thank our colleagues, the chairman from the 46th for his just incredible work, legal work and review, the passion of the senator from the 8th and also the passion from the senator from the 21st for their work on this. I also want to thank Whip Burchett, Chairman Gunner, Representative Clark, Representative Perkle, and our great agriculture commissioner and former colleague, Commissioner Tyler Harper, for his work on this bill. A couple of updates that we updated from the Senate version to the House version is basically the definition of foreign adversary. We also changed the radius as it relates to agricultural land near a military base. That's been changed from 25 to 10 miles. The enforcement penalty has also been changed in terms of going from $15,000 and imprisonment for not less than 1 year. That was a change made in the Judiciary Committee, and that's pretty much it. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well. Thank you.
Senator has yielded. Did any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 420. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 19th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this is Senate Bill 420?
I believe you're correct, Senator.
Further parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the senator yielded the well without telling us how many licenses this would create?
Everybody's got jokes today. On the passage of the motion, the yeas are 41, the nays are 11, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute to HB 353 as amended by Amendment 1.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 353, a bill by Representative Powell of the 33rd and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 27 of Title 50 of the OCGA, the Georgia Lottery for Education Act, so as to provide that administrative procedures and actions regarding bona fide coin-operated amusement machines shall be subject to Chapter 13 of Title 50 and for other purposes. The House offers the following amendment to amend House Bill 353 by striking from line 1 to the end and inserting in lieu of thereof the following. To amend Chapter 27 of Title 50 of the OCGA, the Georgia Lottery for Education Act, so as to provide that administrative procedures and actions regarding bona fide coin-operated amusement machines shall be subject to Chapter 13 of Title 50, and that certain hearings shall be subject to the Georgia Arbitration Code, to change certain provisions and for other purposes. Senator Hickman of the 4th offers the following amendment to amend the House amendment to House Bill 353 by replacing July 20th, 2024 with October 1st, 2024 on line 232. Additionally, Senator Dixon of the 45th offers the following Amendment 1A to amend Amendment 1 to the House amendment on House Bill 353 by replacing 1 with 20 on line 2. Additionally, Senator Kauser of the 46 and others offer the following Amendment 1B to amend the House amendment to House Bill 353 by replacing 13 with 35 on line 333 and by replacing 43.5 with 32.5 on lines 334 and 337. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 45th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate colleagues, I bring House Bill 353 before you today. This bill makes several changes to the COAM industry here in the state of Georgia dealing with Class A and Class B games. What it does with the Class B games, which you're familiar seeing in convenience stores and in bars and restaurants, it puts the COAM division under the Administrative Procedures Act, but gives more authority to the General Assembly in regards to rules and regulations to COAM machines. Already the Georgia Lottery gift card is allowed by executive order and is in the marketplace as a legal form of redemption. This bill allows non-reloadable and reloadable gift cards for Class B machines, and it basically it allows only the redemption for replays, lottery products, and then it would allow for reloadable and non-reloadable gift cards. This seems to aid in the auditing of further prevention of illegal cash payouts in this industry. It also provides flexibility for VFWs who choose to participate in the COAM industry. Also dealing with the Class A games, and what you would find there, that would be what you would see at like a Chuck E. Cheese or a Dave & Buster's at your Crane games or your kind of your digital games that kids play quite a bit. The amount on a redemption or what the item could cost in those games is set at $5 at a maximum and has not been changed for 30 years. This bill would increase that to $50, which is comparable to many other states in the country. It would also allow for multi-year licensing. It would allow licenses to request regulatory guidance letters to better help them understand and comply with Georgia law. It requires the lottery to provide tax documents to licensees to help ensure licensees are complying with tax laws here in the state of Georgia. It requires that a public auction after a settlement or if a license is revoked or not renewed to ensure transparency. It also increases the tax that operators pay, which helps fund Hope and pre-K. Currently, that is set at 10%. So you can imagine this is the heaviest taxed industry here in the state of Georgia because they're taxed right off the top of their gross proceeds 10% before they pay any income tax or anything like that. This bill would increase that to 13%, Currently, this industry in the lottery is generating, last year was about $145 million that goes to Hope and pre-K. Going from 10% to 13% would increase this by about $40 million. Another tweak in this bill, it requires that the lottery pay down their reserve. Currently, the reserve in the lottery is $1.5 billion estimated. This would require them to bring that down by 10% annually, which would end up putting more funds into pre-K and Hope. This bill improves the regulatory process and provides increased regulatory control on how these licensed machines are used. But most importantly, this bill does raise the tax and changes the lottery reserve to provide a significant increase for Hope and pre-K in the state. And as your education chairman, that is very important as the demands on those it keeps increasing on an annual basis. And as far as Amendment 1 and Amendment 1A, I am in favor of those. What this does, simply, the way the bill was originally written, it started where they have to report quarterly on their earnings in July, which is a mid-quarter, so we wanted to move that to October so we would have it starting at the beginning of a fresh quarter. And I appreciate the senator from the 4th bringing Amendment 1 forward. But there was a date issue there because the quarter starts on the 20th, so that's why I offered Amendment 1A. So it would start on October 20th of 2024. So I ask you to vote green on Amendment 1 and Amendment 1A. I'm opposed to Amendment 1B. This would increase the tax rate from 13% to 35% and would kill the industry. Having a tax rate at that level, that's higher than some casinos pay in states, and a cash payout. And this is not a cash payout. This is a coin-operated machine. It's a skill-based machine, and this would effectively kill the industry. So I ask you and urge you to oppose and vote red on Amendment 1B. Be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
You do have several questions here, Senator. Okay. Recognize the senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do, from my good friend from the 29th.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, is it not true that the name tacked onto this legislation is Georgia Lottery for Education Act?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Senator, further yield?
I do.
So should I assume we're doing this for the children?
This would increase the funds that would go to Georgia Pre-K and to the Hope and Zell Miller Scholarship by a tremendous amount. So we are helping children out.
Okay. Do you know, is it not true that this industry brings in approximately $425 million per month here in the state of Georgia?
One thing that I know is this industry is the most heavily taxed industry in the state at the current level because they pay 10% of their gross proceeds off the top, and that's before they pay any income tax or any sales tax or anything like that. So they're heavily taxed, and this would increase them from 10% to 13%, generating another roughly $40 million for the state.
Senator, am I wrong? That this industry generates $425 million per month?
I'm not aware exactly what they generate per month, but whatever it is, they're paying income tax on that as well as 10% off the top.
Okay. Senator, you said that they have reloadable cards for Class B and Class A machines?
For Class B machines.
Class B machines only?
That's correct.
Okay.
I believe that's correct.
Senator, I draw your attention to line 117, where it says, on or about the effective date of this code section and before July 1, 2026, reloadable gift cards shall be allowed as a legal form of redemption for Class A machines and Class B machines in addition to any other form of redemption allowed by law and authorized by the corporation. So would both of those cards be reloadable cards?
They would be after, let's see here, after July 1 of 2026.
Yes, sir. And so where could those cards be redeemed at?
They can be redeemed anywhere. It would be a lottery gift card that could be used to buy any legal product that's sold in the state of Georgia.
So they basically have a debit card or an ATM type card that they go around the state and spend anywhere they please?
They can spend their winnings anywhere they please.
Yes, sir.
which
Where do
then
they have-
also generates more sales tax
Yeah,
for the
and
state of
Senator, where do
Georgia.
they have to go to get the card reloaded?
They would have to go and play these machines again, and if they win, then they can have funds put on those cards.
Senator, is it not true they have to go back to the place where they originally got the card and the card was loaded?
No, they could go to any place that has these machines.
So the legislation doesn't say that the card has to be redeemed where the card was issued?
No, it would be a lottery gift card. I mean, they could redeem it at any establishment that's got the COAM machines.
Senator, if any of these casino owners violate any of the laws, is the punishment, are you aware if is it not true that the punishment is civil?
The punishment is civil, but these are not casinos. This is a coin-operated machine. It's a skill-based machine.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, further yield?
I do.
Senator, is it not true that the civil punishment is the first time they receive a warning, and from that point on, their punishment can only be equal to what their violation is?
That is true.
So if they give away $100 that they shouldn't have, the most they could be punished is by a fine of $100?
Yeah, and each play for the Class B machines is a maximum of $5 pull per pull.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, or pull game.
And do any of these machines exist? You said Chuck E. Cheese and places like that. Do these machines exist there in Georgia today?
The Class A machines do. That would be your crane games, your games that you would play, you would find at a Dave & Buster's, things like that.
Okay. Senator, I draw your attention, if you would, to line 137 and actually at the end of 136. Do you take it to mean where it says such gift card may be used off the premises of the location licensee, but shall be loaded or caused to be loaded only on the location licensee's premises? Well, does that lead you to believe that they have to go to the location licensee's premises to have the card loaded, but they could go and use it off premises to purchase the items that you said they could purchase?
Yes, they can purchase the items off premise. As far as it being reloadable, any location that is licensed that has the COAM machines, they could reload them there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Senator. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I recognize the senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you yield?
I do.
Senator, I really do appreciate you bringing this because as you know, we have been great proponents of pre-K education and lottery funds pre-K education. So we've also learned that by additional money, we can expand those classrooms. And I think we actually passed a bill in this Senate that allowed capital outlay to go to pre-K funding classrooms. And this will give a lot more of that. As we've learned so many times that we got to educate our children at an earlier age than we are now. So can I ask you a couple of questions, please, sir?
Absolutely.
This is pretty simple. Will a green vote increase revenues for pre-K?
It would. It would increase revenues. Currently, last year was about $145 million. The 3% increase would increase it by roughly $40 million, but then also drawing down the lottery reserve by 10% would increase that by another $150 million. So you're talking about almost $200 million increase going to pre-K and to the Hope and Zell Miller Scholarship with this bill. And unfortunately, Amendment 1B, which I'm opposed to and hope you vote red, is because increasing that up to 35% will kill this industry.
Yeah, thank you. Another question, please. Is it not true that a lottery gift card is already a legal form of redemption in the market?
It is. It's through executive order from our good governor, Governor Kemp, and this would just codify that in law.
Sir, did I call you one day on my way home from here, I think back in December, and tell you that Joey and I stopped at a Minute Mart in Arenas, Georgia, and I just arbitrarily played a machine and got a $20 gift card off that machine? You remember me calling you?
I do remember that conversation.
Do you also remember me telling you that I was able to take that gift card and then redeem it for part of my laundry when I picked it up in Statesboro that particular Saturday?
I do remember that, yes.
Okay, well, I appreciate you remembering that. Last question. Will a yes vote place a regulation of COAM under the Administrative Procedures Act which gives this body more input into the lottery.
That is true.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank
and
you,
please
Senator.
vote green.
Recognize the senator from the 20th. As a good man from Perry, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was so long since I pushed my button, I forgot.
Been a long
Senator,
day.
would you yield for a question or two?
I would for my friend from the 20th.
Thank you. So in your introduction, you mentioned these Class B machines are commonly seen in convenience stores, restaurants, and bars. I don't
And
think
VFWs.
they're allowed in bars currently. You're not proposing we change that in the law. That's not in your bill.
Yeah, what I meant was, and I guess I misspoke there, was talking about, sports bars that offer food.
I don't know about that, but anyway. They
And
are in bars?
VFWs, helping veterans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I do.
Senator, you mentioned, if I heard you correctly, the VFW. Did I hear that line?
That is correct.
So this is military, would be the VFW, any organization that USO kind of operation
That is
would be?
correct. And in talking to some of my good friends that are veterans, this would help them out tremendously on revenue. Currently, some of the games that they play or offer to try to generate revenue for the VFWs is bingo and things like that, which is a game that's not as popular as it used to be.
Yeah, and Senator, is it also true that these monies raised by these veterans organizations used to transfer sick veterans to long places like Tuskegee, Montgomery, places like that? Isn't that true?
That is true.
All right, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator yield?
Reluctantly.
You stated that it was gross income. Would it not be more correct to say adjusted gross income is what this 10% comes from?
It's my understanding that the way that it comes is 10% comes off of their income, and then 45% goes to the master licensee and 45% goes to the location. So it would be gross income.
After payouts, which means it's 30% of the gross receipts. Unlike the lottery where we pay straight off of the gross, this is 30% of the gross receipts, so 10% of 30 is 3%. So wouldn't you agree that only 3% of this revenue is being paid to the state?
I disagree with that. And then also to add furthermore, talking about the scratch offs off tickets and whatnot. These are business owners that these COAM, whether the master licensees, the places that actually produce the machines. You've got a industry that is creating jobs here in the state of Georgia, and they also have to pay expenses. So they're paying. They're also paying tax on the machines, and the machines getting verified by the states. I mean, there's many expenses that they have on top of that 10%, but plus they're paying income tax.
No further questions.
Senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, when these gift cards in the hands of those that play, Senator, if they were to buy merchandise from the store using those gift cards, would they have to pay sales tax?
They would.
And Senator, is it not further true that this body reduced the income tax rate for corporations in the state? Is that not true?
That is true.
Senator, is it not true that we also reduced the income tax rate for individual persons in the state of Georgia? Is that not true?
That is true.
So, Senator, is it not safe to say that by allowing the use of these gift cards and increasing the sales tax receipts, we will be shoring up the revenue for the state of Georgia as we make cuts in other places? Is that not true?
What's true is the bill as it is would increase the revenue on an estimate of close to $200 million going to pre-K and to Hope and Zell Miller Scholarship.
Recognize the senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I do.
Would you classify COAM as a game of chance or a game of skill?
It's a game of skill.
It's a game of skill.
It is, and I'll explain that to you. If you're in a casino, you just push a button or you're pulling a lever. These games, which I've seen plenty of them and actually played on them, it is a game that you have to have interaction with the game. You can't just press a button and then you either win or you lose. It is an interactive game.
Will the senator further yield?
I do.
Is it not true that if we adopt this bill, it would expand COAM across Georgia and create a series of mini gaming rooms?
I would say that what this bill does is it puts up more guardrails around this industry, gives us more oversight, and also increases the revenue to Pre-K and Hope and to the Zell Miller Scholarship. So I think we're putting guardrails to protect consumers based on this bill.
If Senator further yield, as we consider this bill, is it not true that this pays a fraction of what the current lottery is providing to the taxpayers of Georgia?
I would say that this is, a big chunk of what the lottery is paying. And this bill actually, where the revenue was about $145 million last year, with this bill the way it is, with a 3% increase and then paring down the lottery's reserve by 10%, would add almost another $200 million.
Finally, Senator, one more question. Yogi Berra's favorite quote. They're going to give me a gift card. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Which is almost as good as money. Is that correct?
It's not cash payouts, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield well. I think I've taken enough questions.
I think you'd be
All right,
wise
I'll take
to
one
do
more,
that, Senator.
If you,
You want one more question?
No, I'm gonna yield well. I think I've
you've
taken
already-
enough of the time in the Senate today. I know we've got a lot of good measures, but I urge you to vote green on the underlying bill. Vote green for Amendment 1, Amendment 1A. Vote red for Amendment 1B. That will kill the industry. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator from the 4th, would you like to speak to your amendment, Senator from the 4th? You wave. I recognize Senator from the 46th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I'd appreciate if you'd just listen to me for a second here. We need a reality check on what this bill does. This is not just little games in Chuck E. Cheese. These are the slot machines that you see in all the convenience stores. They are indistinguishable, made by the same manufacturers. And you think about who you see sitting there on those little stools playing those games. They are very sad people that are not winning anything because the machines are programmed to where you can't win. They called slot machines one-armed bandits back in the day because they robbed the people that played them. They're taking your money. So we're about to take money from the least advantaged in our society. The people less able to be losing money in a game that is fixed against them. All for a little more money for the state. These are not games of skill. A couple of years ago, this bill came through regulated industries, and I had the lottery board bring 3 of the machines and put them up there in our room 450 and let everybody play. The only skill is when the wheels stop turning, you can move one lever a half a move so to make the 3 apples line up. They're either hit 2.5 and you can move them, or they didn't. That is not skill. That's a gimmick to try to get around the gambling bans. And that's the same thing the gift card is. We always forbade the property owner that's running these machines to pay cash, because that becomes gambling. The chairman of the House Regulated Industries Committee admitted as much in our committee last year. His way to distinguish that is that these gift cards, these debit cards, are not cash. Well, in today's society, they are a cash equivalent. You can spend them anywhere for anything. Only thing you can't do is trade them in for cash money. You can buy anything with them. And that includes alcohol, and it includes tobacco products, which now you cannot trade them in. You get merchandise. They were meant to be promotional machines for the business that put them up in their lobby. Now, if you get a card, you can take it anywhere. The bill says you can go anywhere and cash that in. You can go buy liquor. You can go buy cigarettes. You can buy anything you want to with that card. It's just like giving you cash. It's giving you a debit card. The play will go up greatly because of that. In other states, these are not called COAM machines. It's called distributive gaming. You know, gaming is just the term that the gambling industry uses to sound sophisticated. And they say distributed because they're not in one casino, one slot hall. They are spread over multiple locations. And that's what we do. We've got over 6,000 of these machines already in the state of Georgia that just pay in merchandise if they're following the rules. There is no ban on where you put them. You can put them in a restaurant. You can put them in a bar. People don't now because you can't trade them in for tobacco and alcohol. So why would a bar have it when there's nothing else you can buy there but liquor, and that is prohibited? You watch what you're doing here today, because you're about to see slot machines in every bar, in every restaurant, at ball games, any place that somebody applies for one, and there are going to be a lot of applications. And they're going to apply for them because they're very lucrative for the convenience store owners. They generate like $2,500 profit per machine per month. And these machines cost about $10,000. So heck yeah, buy as many of them as you can and put them out there, because you're going to make money. So what do we get out of it? The state of Georgia, right now, 10%. On the lottery itself, we're generating 25 to 27%. The same gamblers that have been buying lottery tickets are going to have a lot more fun playing on these slot machines. And they're going to be paying the state less than half of what they are now. The House version increases the state's percent from 10% to 13%. The way it works now is the state gets 10%. The master licensee gets 40%. The location licensee, no, they're 45% each. We have a statute in Georgia that requires the lottery to generate a 35% profit. Before we ever went into this whole venture of having the lottery, we statutorily said, you got to generate 35% profit. They ignore that law. And it's closer to 26 or 27% now. It used to be below that till we started riding them about it. So why would you want to encourage your bettors to go bet on something least profitable for the state, much less profitable than the lottery? You're cannibalizing yourself for a lower return. So is this going to put the industry out of business? That is laughable. Other states divide it a third, a third, a third. I went to a conference a couple of years ago, happened to ride in the Uber from the airport to the conference with some of the lobbyists for this COAM industry. And they sat next to me at the meeting. The very first presentation was the senator from the state of Illinois and a couple of other panelists. And the very first question anybody asked him was, well, how is the revenue split working in Illinois? And he says, well, our 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 split is most common nationally, and it works splendidly for our industry. It works for the master licensees, it works for the location licensees, and it works for the state of Illinois wherever they spend their money. This is the way most states do it. Why do you think the industry is pouring so much money in this state? Because this is going to be the honeypot for them if they can make these exorbitant profits for very little investment. The only thing they're spending money investing on is buying up routes, they call them, from people that have machines, and they're paying a lot of money for them because they're so lucrative. And part of the reason they're so lucrative is because we are just writing checks, giving the money out. You're going to regret this, and you need to realize this is not some little amusement game at a Chuck E. Cheese. These are slot machines. They're going to pay out debit cards now that can be spent on anything, and you get ready. When you start walking into restaurants and bars and many more stores, you're going to see a whole bunch of these there with a bunch of poor, broke people playing them that we're supporting with our tax dollars. And it isn't going to increase the money that goes to the lottery. It's going to decrease them. If you know any economics, there's only so much discretionary income people can spend on entertainment. And whatever their budget is for gambling, or whatever amount they traditionally spend, they're going to stop spending it on lottery tickets, and they're going to start spending it on the slot machines, and we're going to stop making 27% return, and we're going to start making 13% if you take this bill. So you watch. It is no fun to be the guy that says, I told you so later. But I just want you to know, and I want you to watch this. We need to put the brakes on this and think it over. This bill, if you look in your little folders, there's a white sheet of paper that shows what the House was changing. It's a little one-pager that we passed last year that dealt with the part of the administrative system handling disputes. And then you get this entire bill that was vetted and rejected by our Regulated Industries Committee. Had a floor battle in here last year and ended up passing one paragraph, and then this comes back over to us. I'm going to make a motion to strike Amendment 1A. It is frivolous, superfluous, and a procedural tactic to prevent you from hearing my Amendment 1B. Anytime you see one-line amendments, here's a little bone up a little bit on how our procedures work here. On the agree-disagree process, you can file one amendment, agree as amended, and it can only be amended once. So you have an amendment that all it does is change a reporting date from July 20th to October 1st. That's to prevent anybody else from coming up and filing an amendment to let's get to the negotiating table and do a bill that makes sense. And then Amendment 1B, all it does is change October 1st to October 20th. That is frivolous and superfluous, and I will make a parliamentary motion to strike that amendment for that. It is a procedural tactic to prevent you from hearing 1B. I'm going to ask the chair to strike that amendment as being procedurally defective. If I fail in that, I'm going to ask you to vote it down. There's no reason that the report has to be made on October 20th instead of October 1st. And if it's voted down, then you can consider 1B, if it's either ruled out of order or not, which gives the state of Georgia a fair return on this quagmire we're about to get into. We're about to become the Wild West with slot machines everywhere, not even grouped in a casino. They are going to be everywhere. And if we're going to do that, I think we ought to get our fair share. So I ask you to vote against Amendment 1 Against Amendment 1A, vote for 1B. If you're going to accept this, agree. My preference is that we disagree and don't go down this route at all. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions there may be, or I will yield the well.
You do have a couple of questions. Senator from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does Senator yield?
I'll be glad to yield.
Mr. Chairman, I know you vetted this thoroughly through your Regulated Industries Committee. I think it was mentioned there's $2,500 per month of profit just for the convenience stores or restaurants that will have these. If that's true, would it not be a very simple lift to come up to the 35% that you mentioned earlier, consistent with the lottery?
It would be, and it would be in accordance with the Georgia statutes already on the books as to what they should be returning in investment.
And I believe you further mentioned that most other states already do this anyway with a third, and third, where they actually have significantly more gambling and, of course, all the problems that go with that.
It is the most common split in other states.
Next point, I think you brought this up, but I think we should clarify for everyone here. If this stays at a lower percentage, and the person that was going to go in and typically buy a bunch of scratch-off lottery tickets or something else doesn't buy those, and now decides to sit down on the machines, we actually are taking in less money. That's less kids that get the Hope Scholarship and less kids that will, in fact, go to pre-K in the state. Is that not true?
Significantly less.
And last question, Senator, if I may.
You may.
Isn't it true where casinos are legal, they don't give cash out anyway? They just give out a little card or a little receipt to people, and we're really just mimicking what they already have in Las Vegas and Atlantic City and other areas.
Yeah, a lot of the machines just print out a ticket these days. That's right.
Recognize the senator from the 32nd for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I yield.
Full disclosure, I've never played one of these machines, so you're going to have to dumb this down for me a little bit. Is there an age restriction on who can play these machines?
I think there is, but I am not sure. And
I just
we're
didn't see it
leaving
in the
this
bill.
rulemaking up to the lottery board.
Okay, and would you yield for one more question?
I'll be glad to yield.
Thank you. So these, currently, the winnings have to be spent in the store?
For merchandise.
And they
You know,
can be
yeah.
used for anything in the store? Can they be used for alcohol, tobacco purchases?
Prohibited to use it for alcohol or tobacco now, because you're trading for merchandise other than those two types.
Thank you.
Gift card, of course, would not have any restrictions.
You have one question left.
All right.
Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you yield?
I yield.
Isn't it true the states that you speak of that when they pay a third, that is cash payout states, and also
Yes.
they do not have the limit of $5 per play like we do here in the state of Georgia. So they're generating a tremendous amount more of revenue.
I'm not sure what their limit on play is on there, but yeah, they're paying out cash, and I maintain a debit card's the same as cash.
And isn't it true that currently through executive order from Governor Kemp that we already have the gift card? This bill would just
as a
codify
pilot.
that in law. So we do already have, isn't it true that we do already have the gift card in the industry already out there, and we don't see slot machines in every bar and restaurant that you speak of?
Because you can't trade them in for alcohol or tobacco now, and you have to do it for a product in the store. The gift card you're talking about is a pilot program. And I haven't seen this year's results, but last year it failed. They generated no additional play from using those gift cards. That was a pilot project that the lottery board ran. And I think that's the extent of that executive order. They are not legal yet unless we make them legal. I'll yield if you can get that mic working.
Thank you very much. Isn't it true that currently with the gift card from executive order from the governor, which is still active, that with the gift card they can use that and redeem it off premise?
I don't know the answer to that, whether they can. Not to my knowledge that they can go off campus unless it's just for that purpose of trading it in for more lottery tickets, which is one thing you can get from them now. I mean, we're on thin ice here.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
You have no further questions, Senator.
Thank you. Please vote against 1A and in favor of 1B. And then my wish would be that you would vote against this motion to agree as amended. Thank you. I yield.
Recognize the senator from the 29th.
Colleagues, when I first got to this chamber 6 years ago, to the chagrin of everybody, I took things a little more personal, and then I realized that I never carried a piece of legislation named Sarah Elizabeth or Seth or Andy. None of this legislation is a child of mine, so I don't take it personal. I look at it in a practical way. During my second term up here, got down to a real nasty vote on sine die, and the senator from the 45th, who was encouraged by people above both of our pay grades to step away from a piece of legislation I was carrying, he stuck with me. We lost, but he stayed right there with me. He's always been a good friend. And Chairman Powell from over in the House has always been a good friend of mine. He was supporting law enforcement, the Fraternal Order of Police, long before my hair turned white. It's always been a good friend. But I'm going to tell you, this is terrible legislation. And I'm talking about it not from the perspective of a state senator, but I'm talking about it from the perspective of a law enforcement officer, which, whether you like it or not, I'll never be able to shake it. And myself and the senator from the 15th live in a unique part of the state. We represent Columbus, Georgia together. And if you go across the Chattahoochee River, you come to a place called Phoenix City, Alabama. And I've got a great book at home. It's called Sin City, and it talks about Phoenix City, Alabama. Printed a long time ago, beautiful dust jacket. Got a good value to it. Great collector's item, but it's a true story. And it's a true story about how gambling and how vice destroyed a city, led to the assassination of an attorney general, and just destroyed the lives of everybody over there. Those of you whose hair may be the color of mine know about a game called Bug, and you also know what slot machines are. And listen, right now, we have 36,964 slot machines here in Georgia, located in 6,671 locations. While my good friend from the 45th was correct in saying we do not have legally what you call casinos in Georgia, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a casino. And I've walked into them Sunday morning dressed as I'm dressed right now after I gas up my truck, and sitting in that back room, not out there where everybody can see, in that back room is a 20 some odd age young lady in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt with an approximately 4 or 5 year old child sitting on her lap, eating out of a large bag of Doritos at 9:30 on Sunday morning, hoping she's going to hit it and get rich. And I'm going to tell you what, I can look around this room and tell you nobody won the big lottery, because if you did, you'd be excused. You wouldn't be in this room. What we're doing here is we are slowly eroding what Georgia is about. The symbols that we see, we are sacrificing our very soul for what we say is for the children. And we make that joke. And it's not for the children. If anything, it hurts the children. And I'm not talking about my 3. Because as long as I'm their dad and we're around, they know I don't play that. But at some point, this isn't a Republican issue. This is not a Democratic issue. This is a humanity issue. And to say that a equal split, that the chairman of Regulated Industries has proposed will shut down the industry. I do not believe that at all. And if it does, then please forgive me for not shedding a tear, because I see no value brought by this industry. I've been through a lot of doors, and I've seen a lot of terrible things, and I promise you, they start at moms and dads' addictions, whether it's gambling, whether it's heroin, whether it's alcohol, whether it's tobacco, whether it's pills, or whether it's marijuana/hemp/cannabis, whatever you want to call it. It's addiction. So if you want to do something for our children, stop supporting stuff like this. Sit down with the senator from the 19th, go through the budget, quit funding things that shouldn't be funded, put that money where it should be put, and let's take care of Georgia that way. If you decide to vote on an amendment, I ask that you vote for 1B, as in Bravo, 1B. Vote against the other amendments, disagree with this, and let's send it back across the hall. And if I have no questions, Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
I yield.
Yes, sir. You have no questions.
No
so
questions.
You can,
Thank you. I yield.
Yeah. Just a clarification, the senator from the 46, his amendment will be considered amendment number 2. The proposal will be considered a proposed amendment number 2. It was just a mix-up there in the secretary's desk there. So, senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't get up here on too many issues, but this is a real serious one. It's a thing that could hurt lottery funds and could keep children from getting the lottery scholarship in Georgia. Let me go through the process here a little bit and then try to follow me on the math. I'll try to keep it as simple as I can. In 2013, I came here. We legalized them. South Carolina the same year banned them because of the crime around them. Those people here said, oh, it's airtight. We've got this central control on all these machines. You can't cheat. There's no way you can cheat on these things. We've got control of every spin that's done. And then when they saw there was widespread cheating and people were getting cash, they said, well, let's just give them a gift card, which is the same thing as cash. These don't have cash payout supposedly. And back then when they did the bill, if you look on line 286 of this bill, and they had it in bold letters, all caps. They were so serious about we're not paying out money. It says Georgia law prohibits payment or receipt of money for winning a game or games on this amusement machine. All caps. This bill strikes all that out. All the stuff they said in 2013, it strikes it out. Now, and I know the regulated industry chairman was talking about 10%, which is too small, but I'm telling you, it is not even 10%. It is not on gross receipts. It is on adjusted gross receipts after payouts. The COAM sales in Georgia were $5 billion last year, $5 billion. If it was 10% of $5 billion, that would be $500 million, right? $500 million. It's $145 million, which is 3%. And I know the chair of regulated industries is concerned because the lottery tickets have gone down from 35 to 27 to 25. But the truth of the matter is they're trying to compete with these things. That's why they're going down. That's why we're getting less money. The lottery is not keeping up with inflation or the population. It's barely hanging on, and they're trying to compete with these things that are paying out 3%. These facilities have some of the highest crime in the state around them. You have local governments all over the place putting in moratoriums. The senator from the 31st, Cedartown's right next to me. They've got a moratorium now. Many other communities, including mine, are putting in moratoriums because they're so frustrated with all the crime around these things. So you've got something that should be paying out 35%. Now it's down to maybe 27%. It's competing against things that pay 3%. And now we're saying, even though we said we're never going to pay cash, now we're going to pay cash. We're going to strike this language out that we swore to back in 2013. The money going into the lottery will go down, and our children will suffer if we pass this bill. There will be less money in the lottery to pay for this. There'll be more money. I know his amendment goes to 35%, but again, I'll say that's still only 12% compared to of gross receipts, compared to the lottery's 25 to 27% of gross receipts. This is a bad bill for the children of Georgia. If you vote for this, you'll be putting less funds in the lottery, and our children are going to suffer from a great program that has made us having, for one thing, 2 universities in the top 15 public universities in the country. 40 states don't have any. We've got 2. It has built our universities up. I graduated from Georgia. I probably couldn't get in there now because the standards have gone up because of Zell Miller's Hope lottery that he put in. This is going to take money away from our children. I would urge you to vote against it.
Senator from the 16th.
I'll be brief because most people know where I stand on the issue of gambling. It's something for nothing, does not exist. And what it does, I think about this. I have a gas station. I buy gas for my truck. And I walk in there and I look at the people that are playing on those games. They really don't have the money to be entertained with that money. Need to be there feeding their children and their families. You look at some of the issues even with Hope Scholarship. Look at how many do not return after the first year. And you've got upward of 40% that don't return in the first of the year. I just don't believe that gambling, if we need to fund our schools, let's fund our education, let's do that. But let's not take from people who don't need to be gambling. They need to be taking care of their family. This is an issue of family and children. And if we say we care about the families of Georgia and the children of Georgia, we need to put this down and we need to vote no on it. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 26th.
You know, y'all don't mind lying again. Y'all don't mind lying. First of all, it used to be pool tables and a jukebox. That's what it used to be. I was in the business back in the day. The pool table and the jukebox helped pay the light bill. And for you to pay somebody when you were not there to run your business. Then they went to the machines. Part of the problem is that every time you turned around, you had DAs making a case against the folks about the machines. They were paying out cash. For years I tried to get the card in. They finally got the gift card in. That's what they used to do. They used to give gift certificates when you won. I used to buy all my shirts from Davidson when I played because I could get the continental sleeve shirt. People don't get fooled by lottery tickets. We've been playing the numbers since infinitum. And now it's legal. You put folks in jail for picking up tickets. We used to play the numbers by the stock market. Whatever the number fell in the stock market, if you played that number, you hit. And you could play a penny on it then. What we call ourselves trying to do is legislate morality. Some of y'all in here go to Vegas. You can afford to go. A lot of folks can't. The way the thing started is it was in-store redemption. The only way you could do anything, you had to buy it within the store. In-store redemption, that was it. Prior to that, you got gift certificates that you could take and buy or use to buy items from that particular store. Now you put the card in. You can't trade the card for cash. You got to buy something. But now when you buy something, the sales tax gonna be paid on that item. So you've not increased taxes on folks. They go in to buy something and they pay the sales tax. Why is this a bad bill? Ain't nothing bad about it. People are in business. Senator, to get 13 cents out the dollar, 13 cents off the top, not 10, 13 cents off the top. Then the rest is split between the owner of the particular store or the venue and the folks who own the machines. Now realize that people work for them and they have to go out and fix those machines. There is an expense in the business, but you got to go out and fix them because they will mess up and the bill receptor will not take the money in. So somebody got to fix it. Here we giving money to kindergarten children who don't even know what we're talking about. The only thing they know, they go get educated and do well in school, and then our graduation rates pick up. Educating children. I don't know how many of you buy. I buy lottery tickets. I help education every day. I buy lottery tickets every day. Every day. And sometimes I win big, and other times I lose. But I bought them. And when Mega and Powerball come around, I buy some more. Because I be hoping that I'll hit that big one. But one thing about it, you can't hit it if you don't play it. You cannot hit it if you don't play it. But what you're talking about is business folks who gone from the pool tables and jukeboxes to those electronic games. And what I say to you is, they've been here. Now we got the gift card where you don't deal with cash. If you win, you can load the card up, but you don't get cash. And you can't take the card and redeem it for cash. You've got to actually spend it buying something and paying sales tax. But I'm tired of y'all in here lying. Y'all been doing it all year. You lied on Medicaid expansion. You didn't have no problem with that. And that was money they're going to take care of hospitals and stuff that might close when we get out of this session. But you ain't have no problem with that. But yet you want to tell business folks who find a way to do a business, jukebox ain't working. They got DJs that play the music now. So let me say this to you. Take it for what it's worth. Take it for what it's worth. The lottery ain't finna lose no money. We've been playing the numbers years before they even made the lottery legal. They used to lock up the folk called the number man, put him in jail. Then you made it legal. You made it legal. Y'all wouldn't get no cut out of it then, but when you made it legal, you getting a cut. Then you took the numbers man and put him in jail for picking up numbers. And then you want to talk about these little old ladies. Little old ladies, they ain't got no business. Look, them little old ladies can't fly to Las Vegas, go to Atlantic City. But they want to take their time, sit on their stool, and that's recreation for them. It's recreation for a lot of them. They want to imagine that they in Las Vegas, having fun. But yet, they might not have the expendable income to get a plane ticket. They go to Las Vegas. And I doubt if at their age they want to make a long bus trip on Greyhound to get there. So let's be for real. Stop lying about it's going to hurt the lottery. It ain't going to hurt the lottery. People playing it midday, evening, and night, 3 times a day. I know they're playing it. I'm playing it. And it goes to education. So don't tell me about the lottery gonna get hurt. Ain't nothing gonna hurt the lottery. People gonna play them tickets because they hoping they number come out. And like today, I'm looking for 921. That's my wife's birthday. Mr. President, I yield away.
All right, Senator. Appreciate that. Senator from the 45th, you want to close debate?
Senate colleagues, I'm not sure how to follow that, but that senator did know what he spoke while he was up here in the well. Just a couple of quick points. One thing to think about, this is not a cash payout state, that was spoken about earlier. A third would kill this industry. They're limited to $5 payouts per play. So these are not where people are winning tens of thousands of dollars off one pull. It's $5. So there is, significant revenue that's generated from these machines, but it is not a cash state. It is not a casino. It does not have the revenue to support a third. Increasing this by 3% will generate another $40 million roughly, and also paying down or bidding down the reserve of $1.5 billion by 10% would add another $150 million going to the pre-K and to Hope and Zell Miller scholarships. Would be a significant increase and would not destroy the industry. That 3% is massive. You got to take a step back and realize that this is an industry of not just looking at the machines. The machines are built here in the state of Georgia, and we pride ourselves on being the number one state to do business for over a decade now, and this industry is a big part of that. These machines are manufactured here, they're built here, that creates jobs, that also creates tax revenue. You've got the operators that have employees, and you've got the location owners that this is a significant part of their business or a part of their business that's important to keep their employees employed. So I urge you to vote yes to the underlying bill, vote yes for Amendment 1 and 1A, and then vote down Amendment 2. Amendment 2 would kill the industry. Be happy to answer any question, or I'll yield the well.
Yeah, you can yield, Senator. Yield the well, Senator.
Yeah, I'll yield it then.
All right. I'm going to recognize you, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to strike Amendment 1A under Rule 7-1.2B as an irrelevant amendment or an amendment obviously offered for the purpose of delay. Ask that the President rule that amendment out of order.
I have a hard time ruling against the intent of somebody's amendment, Senator. And besides the senator from the 45th, he made the motion to agree as amended. So his motion takes precedence right now.
I'm only talking about 1A.
And we're about to vote on 1A as a body. So the question is on Amendment 1A.
Yeah.
Is there objection to Amendment 1A?
Object.
Is objection? All those in favor of 1A will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 29, and this motion has failed. So now we're in the posture to vote on the underlining Amendment 1, the bill as amended with Amendment 1 on it. And so all those in favor of the senators agreeing to HB 353 as amended with Amendment 1, all those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree to the House amendment, the yeas are 27, the nays are 26, and this motion has failed. Had to have 29 votes. Senator from the 26th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, I would ask for reconsideration of that vote, since this is the last day, before the last day.
You can reconsider it right now, Senator. So
that is
so
what
do we
I
have a
would-
motion to reconsider? Reconsider. Is there objection to that motion? We have objection. So on the motion to reconsider, Hold on one second.
I move.
On the motion to reconsider from Senator from 26, we had objection to that, but on the motion to reconsider, all those in favor of reconsideration will vote yea, all opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 46, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
A vote no on this will kill the bill with the effect of not agreeing to it.
I believe the senator knows what he speaks.
So I would ask for no votes then.
On the motion to reconsider, the yeas are 28 and the nays are 25, so it prevails. Just needs a simple majority on that. Recognize the senator from 26. For what purpose you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it all possible that somehow we can have a meeting of the minds and see if we can't get this worked out? Because it's all about money. That's all we're talking about.
Well, Senator, there's always that opportunity. There's always that opportunity. Hold that thought. Recognize the senator from the 46. For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I believe it's appropriate this time to treat my Amendment 2 as a motion to agree as amended and pursuant to that, what has now been numbered Amendment 2.
It is in the appropriate order now, Senator. Senator from 46. Senator from the 46. Approach up here real quick, please. Okay, so we're back into the original posture. The senator from the 26th asked for reconsideration. He was able to gain reconsideration with a simple majority. So now we're back to the original agreeing to the House bill as amended with Amendment 1 on there. Now, I know both parties want to speak to this, so I'll recognize the senator from the 46th to speak to his potential amendment. It's not there yet, but to his potential amendment. And he'll speak to that, and then I'll recognize the author of the bill from the 45th. Senator from the 46th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess I spoke a little too soon this morning when I said I was in an agreeable mood today. This is getting a little bit contentious, but let me explain to you what is before us at this time. This motion is now to accept the House version with gift cards and only 13% of the proceeds going to the lottery. The amendment does nothing but change the operative date of reporting in here. So I am against this motion to agree as amended pursuant to Amendment 1. I prefer what has now been labeled agree as amended Amendment 2, which if you want to increase the revenues to the lottery in exchange for this grand expansion of gambling, that's the way we need to go. Senator from the 52nd did the math correctly. It's real easy to look at it. If there are $5 billion in sales today in these slot machines that only generate $146 million, I mean, that's about 3% return on your money. We're selling about $6 billion worth of lottery tickets, and we're generating $1.2 billion. So 22% or thereabouts, it sounds like from that. Would you rather have 3% or 22%? So if you want to generate more money from the lottery, whether or not you go with the gift cards, please vote no on this motion that's on the board now, and then I'll bring my motion next. Thank you. I yield the well.
Senator from the 26th, would you like to speak to the measure?
Man, I hate to come up here and challenge one of my colleagues, my warm, close, and trusted friend. But let me say this to you. If the lottery wasn't making money, why does the commissioner get a raise based on the amount of money that they take in? Guaranteed. She gets a raise every year outside of her salary based on the money they take in. Now, how you gonna tell me the lottery don't make money? You locked up all the poor folks who were running the numbers. You locked them up. It's legal in Georgia. It's legal in Georgia. And if you win, you are guaranteed to get paid. You don't have to worry about running nobody down looking for your money. You get paid. And let me say this to you. You buy a lottery ticket. Say you buy 40 of them. They don't pay no more than $500. You buy 40 of them, and you go around all the stores and cash them in, that's $20,000. That's $20,000. And then you turn around the next day, you got 20, so then you go buy 40 more to try to up your chances of winning. And not only do you buy 40 more, you buy them midday, evening, and night. Now add that up. 40 plus 40 is 80. And you put another 40 with it, that's 120. So you spent $120 that day just on the numbers. Don't y'all believe the lottery is losing money. We didn't start the lottery to lose money. We followed other states who had the lottery prior to us. Florida had the lottery. And we used to send folks to Florida to buy tickets for us for the lottery. And then if you won, you had to go across the state line to one of the stores to get your ticket cash. So don't let people tell you about the lottery is about to lose money. What the COAM folks are doing, they are paying the highest taxes in the state of Georgia. That's 13 cents out of every dollar. And the machines are hooked up to the lottery terminal. So the lottery knows how much money is going through the machine. They got it hooked up, y'all. They got it hooked up well. The lottery knows how much money is going through that machine. So by location, after they pay the license fees and everything, the lottery can tell you, you owe us this amount of money because this is what went through that terminal. Plain and simple. Now, if you're against it, just say you're against it. That's all. If you're against it, just say you are against it. But a lot of us, include myself, I can fly to Vegas and play the real machine and take a chance on giving me some real money. As soon as I get out this session, I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to take me a chance. Because I like to hit one of them things and get me $1 million. Then I'm going to show you how to retire from the General Assembly.
All right. Senator from the 45th, you want to give it one more try? I think you got the senator from the 26th on your side, though. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
I do agree with you on that, Mr. President. It's hard to follow the senator from the 26th, as passionate as he is about this bill and this debate in this industry. But I would just urge my colleagues to vote green for Amendment 1 that's before us right now. This will help bring more revenue to the state. It puts guardrails around the industry, but it won't kill the industry. This is not a cash payout industry. These other states that the senator from the 46 speak of, it's cash states. These states do not have limits on the payouts. The winning amount you can get on these machines here in Georgia is only $5. So like I said, these machines don't generate the revenue as some of these cash states do. So I urge you to vote green on this Amendment 1. Thank you very much. I yield the well.
Senator is yielded. All right. So we're in the posture now where we're voting on Amendment 1 for House Bill 353, agreeing to the House sub to HB 353. All right. All those in favor will vote yay. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 29 and the nays are 24. And this motion has prevailed. Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we table the remaining bills on the calendar.
Move that we table the remaining bills. Is there objection? Without objection, remaining bills are tabled. All right, we're going to take a dinner break. So let's stand at ease. Pro Tem has dinner lined up for us, and stand at ease, and we'll take a dinner break. Be back here about 7:30.
Hey, we've got dinner in the Secretary of Senate's break room, down the hall to the left. We've got dinner for you there. Thank you.